Chapter 1064. Wantonly intercepting the military supplies transported by the winged knights. We have to be careful. Their intentions are unpredictable. Wu Jiu gave her answer. I know. Go to sleep. The child will be fine. If it doesn't work, send it to Brother E. Li Longji frowned slightly. He used his hand to push Wu Jiu's hair back and carefully laid beside her. I hope it's a girl. She's cute and obedient. Wu Jiu touched her belly. Brother E said it should be a son. I see what he wants. If he's willing to teach, let him teach. He won't harm the child. Li Longji wanted to send the child to Li Yi. Li Yi had hinted before. If Li Yi wanted to kill someone, he could kill them even if they weren't by his side. Therefore, the child would be safer by his side. At least if she was sick, she could be treated. Li Longji didn't think that anyone would do anything to a child, let alone Li Yi. However, if he told this to Li Yi would tell him that there was such a country's president. That president forcibly separated the child who was smuggled over from his family. The child's illness and death didn't matter to that president. At first glance, he didn't understand. How could there be such a person? After thinking about it carefully, he understood. How many races had the albinos massacred? The people of the Mayan civilization who could read were massacred. The Indians were destroyed. The bodies of the pyramids were taken away. The old summer palace was burned down. This race was actually cancer cells, human cancer cells. Although the old summer palace was robbed by their own people in the beginning, those people didn't do anything good. How were the pandas hunted? How were the stone sculptures in the Mesopotamia region cut up and transported away? How many places did the central plains of China conquer? Who did they destroy? Who did they destroy? No. The central plains would carefully guard any cultural relics and didn't destroy others. They were only compatible when preserving all beliefs and civilizations. In history, the Tang dynasty eventually destroyed the Turks and Tubo. They didn't touch the Potala Palace or the Dunhuang Mogeo grottos. This was called civilization. This was a true civilization. They never took pride in destruction and never used destruction to make a name. True civilization was in the bones, in the depths of the soul, and not painted with lies. What religion does this civilization believe in? No. Which party does this civilization believe in? No. The beliefs of this civilization started from the knotted rope records and were passed down from the oracle bone inscriptions. It's called Yanhuang, it's called Huaxia, it's called China. Li Yi had already received the news. He didn't have time to talk about the issue of faith. Uncle, what's the news? Empress Wang woke up. She woke up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. She had a slight pregnancy reaction. The weather was hot. Li Yi handed over the battle report. Zhang Shaosong appeared with 10,000 elite cavalry. He didn't want to give away horses at all. He left behind 4 ships of military supplies from the winged knights. Empress Wang rubbed her eyes and took it to read. Hurry up. Let Guojun pretend to attack and mobilize the army. But don't tell Guojun the details. Empress Wang came up with such a plan after reading it. I've already sent out the order. Guojun and the other troops will pretend to attack. Mobilize the Tibetan army along the Yellow River to be alert and frequently gather troops and follow the movement. Li Yi smiled. He had the same idea. He didn't tell Guojun about Zhang Shaosong when he sent out the order. Otherwise, Guojun would include Zhang Shaosong's combat strength in his own battle plan. That wouldn't do. Zhang Shaosong was a general who fought in surprise attacks and guerrilla warfare. Once Guojun included him in his own system, it would be over. In his previous battles, there would be independent platoons, independent companies, independent battalions, independent brigades, and independent divisions. The goal was to have an army that was free from other command systems. In football and basketball terms, they were called free men. Zhang Shaosong belonged to the free army. He looked for opportunities independently and wasn't controlled by anyone. Uncle, we still have to send him things. He needs special supplies. Food is secondary. Empress Wang was no longer sleepy. She came from a family of generals. She thought of herself as Zhang Shaosong. She was anxious now. She knew what Zhang Shaosong wanted and what he needed. I did. Originally, I didn't want to send winged knights out. However, Zhang Shaosong must provide absolute support. I sent 3,000 winged knights to him, mainly to deliver explosives, carrots, peppers, blood-letting needles, and compressed biscuits. Li Yi once again explained the situation of his deployment. He didn't even write a letter to Li Longji. It was too late. I'm going back to sleep. Empress Wang yawned and left. She didn't have anything to say. Li Yi directly arranged everything. She didn't even think of sending carrots, peppers, and blood-letting needles. She knew immediately that these 3 things were for the horses. After eating, they would rush quickly. The horses needed to bleed. The logistics fought like this. What else was there to say? The strategy was, naturally, to seize the place. The tactics didn't tell Guo Jiyun the specific situation. It was called feinting. When it came to the specific situation, even the horses were taken into consideration. This was called logistics playing support. Ordinary people called Li Yi's place Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. The army called it Ba Shui Legion. Whether the Ba Shui Legion was good at fighting or not, they didn't know. However, the logistics of the Ba Shui Legion was definitely the best in the world. Any movement at the front would be reported back. The Ba Shui Legion would definitely respond. If they wanted food, they had weapons. Even the Ba Shui Legion moved in advance. In unexpected situations, such as Zhang Xiaosong's sudden attack, the Ba Shui Legion would still provide full support. The Li family Zhuangzi used practical actions to tell the soldiers at the front that he knew what they needed. He had already sent it to them as quickly as possible. After a quarter of an hour, the troops had all left. The feedback had also reached Li Longji's hands. This included the conversation between Empress Wang and Li Yi written by the eunuch. He passed the feedback to Wu Jiu, who hadn't slept. Zhan's heart is at ease. After Wu Jiu finished reading, she was silent. She had nothing to say. She didn't know anything about the army. The Empress's first consideration wasn't Zhang Xiaosong's power, but strategy and tactics. This Empress was too strong in military matters. It was one thing to have an Empress without a son. With an Empress with a legitimate son and Li Yi's support, it seemed difficult to move her unless she bribed Li Yi. Go to sleep. It's fine. When the child is born, put him in Li family Zhuangzi's care. Brother Yi will take care of him. Brother Yi's military arrangements are better than Yurong's. How could Li Longji not understand the thoughts of the women around him? Who didn't want to be Empress? However, there could only be one Empress. If the Empress didn't have a child, she could find a reason to abolish the Empress. If she had a son, the officials wouldn't agree. Moreover, there was still Brother Yi. Brother Yi was playing with the little guy. It was like teaching by example. The little guy was different from other children since he was young. He wouldn't cry and make a fuss to achieve his goals. Because what he wanted was right in front of him, there was no need to cry. Li Longji also learned a lot. A child's crying was a kind of request. One was material, the other was spiritual. Material was easy to understand. If the child wanted something, they would buy it. Spiritual was hard to understand. For example, if the child wanted to go home, the mother or father would push the baby carriage. When they met an acquaintance, they would start chatting. They would talk about all kinds of things. The mother talked more. If the child wanted to go home, he would cry. The mother would continue chatting and let the child cry. After that, they would stop chatting. The child would still cry. He would cry in the arms and in the carriage. The mother didn't understand and felt that the child was annoying. In fact, it was the child who was fighting. He used crying to fight. Chapter 1065. When Su Yi went to work in the morning, he found that a lot of winged knights had left last night. He didn't know where they went. The ones who left were from the 16 guards. 5,000 of them went to deliver guns to Guo Jiyun. As the Minister of War, Sui had no right to mobilize the 16 guards and winged knights. The 16 guards belonged to kings like Li Qingqi. Usually they had the position of general, but it was the general who did the real work. Sui was depressed. He couldn't control the 2 types of troops guarding Chang, but he could control the troops on the front line. Li Yi was the one who arranged the troops to be mobilized. Why? How could he do this? He was being bullied. His Majesty didn't say anything about the winged knight's departure. It must be something important. Song Jing was concerned about a troop that His Majesty wasn't going to. It's related to the battle report sent back last night. We don't know the content of the report, Bai Gu said after a moment of silence. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Greetings came from outside the door. When the 3 were about to go out to greet him, Li Longji strolled in. Everyone is here. Everyone else leave. Li Longji nodded slightly to the 3 people who bowed. Everyone in the hall left, leaving only the 4 of them. Your Majesty, sit down. Sui went to make tea. Li Longji sat down and tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers. Zhang Shaosong intercepted 4 ships of military supplies sent by the winged knights. He led 10,000 cavalrymen and 50,000 horses. He also took a hot air balloon from Longyi Jidushi. Li Longji looked at Sui, who was pouring water. Sui was the Minister of War. Sui also looked at Li Longji. He took 10,000 men to deliver horses and robbed military supplies without orders. He should be punished. Li Longji was speechless. Your Majesty, are you saying that the mobilization of the winged knights last night has something to do with this? Song Jing guessed half of it. He did not know why they were mobilized. Xiao Yi is delivering something to Zhang Shaosong? Let Zhang Shaosong find an opportunity to fight? Bai Gu guessed. Li Longji nodded. That was more like it. What punishment? Sui figured it out as well. His Majesty didn't say anything because he was afraid that the emissary from Tubo would send someone back to report, which would be detrimental to Zhang Xiaosong's plan. Li Longji nodded again. His purpose in coming here was to only tell the 3 prime ministers. If such a big matter was not known to the prime ministers, the monarch and his ministers would not get along. If that's the case, will Su Lu attack Huge Stone City again because of the lack of troops? Song Jing was most disgusted with generals running around blindly. Who would take care of logistics if they enjoyed fighting? If they lost, how would the imperial court deal with it? Bai Gu's opinion was different from Song Jing's. Su Lu has just lost a lot of soldiers and generals. They can't crack a new weapon and have no strength to fight again. The Turks are fighting among themselves, but more of them are seeking peace with the Tang dynasty. Yes, Li Longji looked at the tea beside him. The Abbasid Caliphate can't charge in alone. The southwest soldiers are eager to fight, so the southwest barbarians don't dare to move. The southwest soldiers always go into the mountains and forests to train. Every 10 days, they receive a battle report from the local training. Sui thought so. The southwest soldiers go into the southwest barbarians' territory to hunt, gather herbs, and pick mushrooms. They catch live animals and send them to Chang'an. Bai Gu was clear about the situation there. Li Yi had cooperated with the locals. The locals used the malaria interception pills to exchange for gems, gold, silver, dried fruits, and other things. They mainly traded with the leaders of the southwest barbarians. The money was divided between the soldiers and their families, and the hunting items were sent to Li Yi. How can they do this? Sui was depressed again. You said it's training, but you're training them to hunt and gather mushrooms? Song Jing smiled. It's training. The soldiers always go into the forest to familiarize themselves with the environment. Li Longji drank 2 mouthfuls of tea and left. The 3 prime ministers were in a good mood. Buqiao and Aisinbo were in a bad mood. They didn't know where the winged knights went last night. The winged knights were often mobilized. Sometimes they went to Taibai Mountain. Sometimes they went to the nearby counties. However, they knew where the 516 guards went. They brought many things to the battlefield between Tubo and the Tang dynasty. Juku was conquered by the Tang dynasty. It was said that the Tang dynasty would occupy the entire Yellow River Basin this year. Can the Japanese strategy work? Buqiao was determined to solve a problem for Tubo. Who will the Japanese Empire send to pretend to be sick? Li Yi doesn't come out at a fixed time. When he goes out, he lies in front of the car. The winged knights will check first. Isimba disagreed. If someone suddenly fell in front of the car, would Li Yi rush over to check? Would the person lying down have a knife on him? Would the person lie down with a knife in his hand, or would the person lie face down and grab the knife with his hand under his body? The winged knights would be turned over, and the person could only stab the winged knights with a knife, lying down or lying on his stomach. He wouldn't be able to exert any strength. The assassin would definitely die, but the winged knights who were stabbed by the knife might not die. If the knife stabbed into the stomach, other people would die, but Li Yi's ambulance would immediately save the winged knights. Buqiao pursed his lips for a while. It's a pity that there's no place to buy firecrackers. If we use a lot of firecrackers, we might be able to kill Li Yi in the car. Speaking of firecrackers, Boxy had another idea. Take a few people with you and fill them with oil. Take a bamboo tube and fill it with oil. When you see Li Yi's car, pour oil on it together. Set it on fire and burn Li Yi alive. Won't he come out after opening the car door? It's not like the car door can't be opened. Isimba thought that his colleague was possessed. He's like a bastard. He hides in Zhuangzi all day and even comes up with bad ideas. Why hasn't the letter asking for peace arrived yet? Princess Jincheng's plea to Li Longji should work. Buqiao realized that burning the car was indeed not a good idea. He poured oil on the car, lit the car, opened the door, and jumped out. In fact, he and Isimba didn't know that Li Yi was in the car and couldn't burn him. The car was layered, and even a strong crossbow couldn't penetrate it. Li Yi cherished his life. How could he leave a loophole for others? Princess Jincheng, whom Buqiao mentioned, was writing a letter. Her husband was reading it. Princess Jincheng was writing a letter as a cousin, while Qi Dai was writing a letter as a nephew to the Tang dynasty. She called the Tang dynasty uncle. Princess Jincheng had a high status in Tubo. The more powerful the Tang dynasty was, the higher her status was. No one dared to bully her. If she was angered to death or killed by others, it would depend on the military strength of the Tang dynasty. Now that the land of Nine Bends was occupied, Tubo people wanted her dowry back. She tactfully expressed that she wanted to have that land again. Qi Dai nodded from time to time. De Luen said that it's best to let Li Yi come. We're willing to give Li Yi a concession. Qi Dai asked. Dali Luen was the prime minister. Princess Jincheng stopped writing and looked at Qi Dai. Li Yi won't come. Imperial brother can't send him out. Buqiao sent a letter saying that the imperial court regards him as foreign minister. Princess Jincheng understood that Tubo people wanted to lure Li Yi here and get rid of him. She wouldn't write such a letter. She believed that the officials of the Tang dynasty wouldn't allow it. The plan was too obvious. No other meaning. Qi Dai hurriedly explained. He liked this wife very much. Princess Jincheng was educated and reasonable. She had lived in the palace since childhood. Other Tubo women couldn't show her temperament. Tubo people looked down on women, but Princess Jincheng's status was still unshakable. She was Zongpu's woman and the princess of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1066. Brother E. Princess Jincheng wrote a letter asking for the Nine Bends land. How can we refuse? Li Longji worked for half a day and came back for lunch. He would not go in the afternoon. In the afternoon, he would go to Zhuangzi to review the memorials. At noon, there would be delicious food. The ship to raise seafood had arrived. There were large tanks on the ship to raise seawater. At the same time, someone pumped air into the water to provide oxygen to the seafood. What was sent were conches, clams, sea urchins, razor clams. There were no crabs or shrimps. It was the first time Li Longji saw clams and razor clams that could spit out water. He had never eaten sea urchins before. At this moment, he looked at the sea urchins that were similar to chestnuts and asked Li Yi about Princess Jincheng. If you can't get it on the battlefield, don't think about taking it away on the negotiation table. Tell Princess Jincheng that Tubo will not use such good land. The Tang dynasty will use the good things to raise and sell them to Tubo at a cheap price. Li Yi already had plans for this. You want me to give it to you? I got it back with my own ability. After Li Yi finished speaking, he thought of something else. If there's a letter, reply to Tubo and tell them to give up the source of the Yellow River. They will be considered a shareholder. How? Li Longji had never heard of occupying other people's land and giving them dividends. We'll take half. We'll use the land and we'll be responsible for providing extra manpower and materials. Tubo doesn't have to worry about anything. They can send people to supervise. After the profits are made, we'll give Tubo half of the net profits. Tubo will provide the land and will be responsible for all the expenses. It's a win-win situation for both sides. Li Yi said. It was simple. They would rent the village's land and make money. They could also provide jobs for the villagers. How can we give Tubo so much profit? Li Longji was distressed. He would rather take the land. How should I say this? If Tubo is willing, they can earn more than 100,000 yuan annually for the first 2 years. After that, we can make them lose money every year through loans, sales agreements, gambling compensation, buying materials at a high price, and so on. Li Yi said with a smile. It was also simple. You can lose money in business? Give me an example. Li Longji was very surprised. How did Li Yi lose the money? Let's talk about loans first. We don't have the money, so we can borrow from the Li family Zhuangzi. The interest rate is 0.1%, and the interest rate is more than 30% a year. If the loan is borrowed for a year, the principal and interest will be repaid. If the loan is not repaid, the interest will be compounded. I set it at 0.5% per day. If he borrowed 100 coins, he would need to pay 135 coins and 500 coins in a year based on the number of days, which was 355 days. If he didn't pay it back, the interest would be compounded at a rate of 0.5%. In the first year, it was 8,442 times. In the second year, it was 5,067 times. He could also repay the debt on a monthly basis. In that case, he would specify how much he should repay each month. If it's overdue, even if there's a difference of 1 cent, it'll be calculated based on the total amount due for that month. 333 cents of principal, plus. Li Yi talked to Li Longji about financial issues, which mainly involved rules and numbers. Li Longji understood. Isn't it just loan sharks? You guarantee that you won't be able to pay it back? He wanted to ask this question. He felt that if Li Yi borrowed 100 coins, he would be able to earn hundreds of thousands of coins in a year. This is related to the VM agreement. The Li family Zhuangzi buys the sheep. Normally, 500 grams of sheep costs 20 coins. The Li family Zhuangzi pays 40 coins to buy the sheep. The premise is that the local people must provide enough sheep on time. For example, 500 grams of sheep. If the sheep reaches 500 grams of sheep, the Li family Zhuangzi pays 40 million. If the sheep fails to reach 500 grams of sheep, the Li family Zhuangzi will be compensated. Li Yi brought up the second matter. Continue. Li Longji didn't ask any more questions. Sheep need to eat grass and sheep need horses. If we buy horses from the Tubo aristocrats at a high price, of course they will be happy. If they need refined materials, they will still be happy to buy Highland barley from the Tubo aristocrats at a high price. Then the loan money is gone, and the sheep are not enough. They can't give the Li family Zhuangzi enough sheep, so they have to compensate. If the Li family Zhuangzi can't pay back the money they borrowed, They will have to calculate the amount based on compound interest. Then they will help the Tubo aristocrats buy the Li family Zhuangzi kerosene lamps and other things as guarantors. The aristocrats don't pay back the money, so the guarantors have to pay back the money. So they start to lose money every year. They start to sell the land to pay back the money. The Li family Zhuangzi bought the land piece by piece. Li Yi explained the simple operation of the company that he listed in order to cheat money. Of course, the listed company had to fake the accounts. In the end, they were fined hundreds of thousands and delisted. The listed company was emptied, and the shareholders bore the losses. Li Longji rubbed his face with his hands. He was a little panicked. His current brother, Yi, his future son-in-law, how try? Li Longji was really tempted. It turns out that when brother Yi partners with others, not only can they make money, they can also lose money. Let's try. If Tubo agrees, we can save the trouble of fighting. Li Yi didn't know if Tubo would agree. If he doesn't agree, then they can continue fighting. If he agrees, then they can change to another method. Brother Yi, what should we do? Let's eat some razor clams first. I'll drink a bowl of rice wine with you. Li Longji pointed at the 2 types of shellfish that were still spitting out water. He liked Li more and more. In the future, if anyone in the Tang dynasty thinks they are smart and dares to play this game, brother Yi will teach them a lesson. Boiling it in salt water is actually the freshest. Stir-frying it with spicy will improve the freshness. Let's just stir-fry it with spicy. Add some coriander and scallions to enhance the taste. Li Yi heard that they were going to drink wine, so he decided to make the taste stronger. He personally stir-fried 2 things in one pot and placed them on the table. The 2 of them each had a bowl of chilled rice wine. If we ship it to the source of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River using this method, wouldn't it be better than a clam? Li Longji ate a clam and felt like he was flying. It was too delicious. Soaked in oil and chilled was actually not bad. He felt that it was delicious because he had never eaten a live clam before. It was a psychological factor. Li Yi was very calm. As long as they were by the sea, the clam was not worth much. If they were not by the sea, there was cold chain logistics. The price was also not high. It was cheaper than eating pork. There are enough ships. It's better for the boatmen to change jobs. Li Yi brought up a topic that was not related to the price. Change to what? No matter how hard it is for a boatman, he can still support his family. Li Longji knew how difficult it was for a boatman to pull a ship. The places where boatmen were needed were also places where the water was turbulent and the terrain was dangerous. The boatmen climbed the rocky roads and moved forward. It was easy to do on flat ground. They used animals to pull the ship. Pedal. The boatmen bought or rented a ship together. If they don't pull the ship on the shore, they pull it in the water. When the boatmen are tired of pedal, they will change to the boatmen. The boatmen will pedal crazily and pass quickly to collect the money. When I get the gunpowder and blow up the submerged reefs, the boatmen will wear diving suits and oxygen tanks. They will tie ropes to protect themselves. Li Yi did not think that pulling a ship was a good job. However, he had no choice. The ship could not go up even if the wind was blowing. He could only barely pass if he used the sail and oars. As for the other ships, the boatmen would not pull them. They would turn back when they saw the current. When some ships were being pulled by the boatmen, they would keep shouting prices. For example, each boatman would add a coin, then another coin. The boatmen on the ships would cheer for the boatmen on the shore and shout together. The boatmen would not only push forward, but they would also adjust the position of the ship. When they encountered reefs, the boatmen would move aside. As soon as they moved aside, one of the ropes would break. Chapter 1067. Can gunpowder explode in water? Li Longji didn't care about how the tracker worked. He discovered something new. Why can't it explode? I can do it now in my lab. Li stuck out his tongue. It's too spicy. He accidentally ate chili. The chili was fried in oil. After entering his mouth, it went down his nose. It was so spicy that tears came out. Where's Wintian? You haven't been talking to her recently? Li Longji changed the topic again. Of course. You guys are always looking for me. I usually look for her when no one is looking for me. But she's taking care of the children. I think I should let her play with the children and teach them in the future. She likes to be with the children. There's nothing much to do at home. I'll stop copying a few more medical books. After that, I'll teach others. Li Yi started to think about his future. He taught a lot of things in class. Medicine, economics, administration, physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, astronomy, and geology. He didn't need to teach Chinese. The Tang dynasty had a strong literary foundation. If he wanted to teach, he had to study hard first. He felt that studying was very interesting. In the past, he felt that studying was very difficult and tiring. He didn't want to study. After he graduated, it would be much easier for him to study again for the sake of living. He even went online. If he didn't understand something, he could look for information to learn. Bring her to the hot spring. It's above Pure Flower's palace. The pool is big and comfortable. Li Longji worked very hard. He pushed his daughter away and told her to hurry up and marry her as soon as possible. In the whole world, his eldest daughter couldn't find a better husband than Li Yi. Little brother, he didn't like to bully others, let alone women. He felt that he knew everything and liked to play with children. If we don't, what if she dies? Third brother, Princess Jincheng, doesn't have a child yet. Is that ruler pearl pill not working? Let's give him some medicine. Li Yi thought of something. That person was now 14 years old. Princess Jincheng was 18 years old. When Princess Jincheng married him, she was 13 years old. That person was 7 years old. Back then, neither of them were suitable. Now that there was no problem, why didn't they have a child? According to historical records, a child was born many years later. Was the child 39 years old or 37 years old? Who gave birth to the child had always been controversial. In any case, it was impossible to find out through the information. It was wrong to begin with. But what about the child? Would a two-boson do nothing? Did that mean that the child wasn't even his? According to the records, he was only a child. It didn't make sense. How low was the probability? Zemp has few women. Why don't you let him come to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji also felt that there was a problem. Can he come? If he asked me to go, If I really went, I would have taken care of them all. Third brother, why don't I go? Li Yi felt that the easiest way was for him to go over and poison all the people in power except for Qi Dai and Zhu Dan. It was easy for him to poison someone. For example, if he cooked a few dishes and everyone ate them together, he would let others try them first. There would definitely be no problem, and he would cook them normally. Then, during the banquet, he toasted and clinked glasses. Every time he clinked glasses, he would exchange for paraquat and place it in the other party's wine. He couldn't place hydrides in the wine. The effect would be too fast. The banquet would be over as soon as someone collapsed. But paraquat wouldn't. What did paraquat look like? A new crown. Yes, it was similar to this. It would affect the lung function and gradually cause fibrosis, white lung disease. You can't go anywhere. Stay here. Think about what kind of medicine he needs and send it to him. Send as much as you can. Let him ask others to use it first. Li Longji didn't even think about it and directly refused. What kind of joke was this? What if something happened to you? My Tang dynasty is still counting on you. How good it is for you to stay in Zhuangzi. When you have nothing to do, you can research new things. The winged knights and the 16 guards are under your command. If you don't believe me, you can ask the ministers in the imperial court. No matter how biased they are against you, they won't ask you to go to Tubo and risk your life. If there really is someone who agrees to let you go, I promise to take care of him. Li Yi carefully took out a pepper grain. It couldn't be eaten. It would eat the tongue. Although it was called pepper, it was actually red pepper. I have to give him more than 10 types of medicine. After the others have tried it, he will take it. What if he doesn't use it on Princess Jincheng? No matter how high Princess Jincheng's status is, she can't stop another woman from having a child first. If she has a son, it will be a big problem. Li Yi was also worried that the other party would take drugs and look for other women. Shoot him. How many guns will you have by then? I've suffered. Li Longji closed his eyes. He also didn't want Princess Jincheng to get married. Back then, he wasn't in charge of it. At that time, the situation in the harem was too complicated, and he had yet to activate the Black Tortoise Gate. When Princess Jincheng went out, it was the first lunar month. When he and Princess Taiping started their rebellion, it was the 6th lunar month. After the matter was settled, Imperial Father returned to the imperial court. After that, there was fighting and killing. Now that he had the ability, all he needed to do was to attack. If he brought out a few thousand more guns, with the range and firing frequency, the enemy would either kneel or die. That's fine too. I'll make a few cannons first. This is simple. Casting requires steel. You just need to stir it when casting. There won't be a lot of bombs for the time being. It's quite difficult for me to make a fuse, so I have to do it in the lab. Otherwise, I can only use lifespan. Don't, brother E. Don't use lifespan. Take your time. Okay, I'll make 20 cannons and 200 bombs within a month. It's much more powerful than Sky Monkey. It can shoot up to 10 miles away. Li Yi decided to use all his strength. If this cannon was used to hit people, it was simply bullying them to death. This was a real cannon, a fuse made in the lab. 10 miles? It's close to the Yellow River. Can you hit the enemy's tent as you wish? Together with Huolong, Sky Monkey, Li Longji looked at Chang and City. To be precise, he was looking at the location of Xingqing Palace. The cannon used by Li family Zhuangzi could directly blow up Xingqing Palace. The imperial city was not safe either. As long as the cannon had enough propellant, it could shoot up to a few hundred meters. If the Li family's manor built a stone platform that was more than 100 feet high, cement and placed the cannon on top of it. Third brother, do you want to hit Xingqing Palace or the imperial city? I have something now. If it flies over, there won't be any survivors. Li Yi is deliberately playing tricks. Are you afraid? Then I'll scare you. Brother E, how can you do such an evil thing? Li Longji stared at him. Third brother is right. After I make the cannon, we can pretend to cross the river. The enemy's army will gather at the shore, and we will blast them. Maybe they will agree to invest their land and let us manage it. I don't have to cheat them. If we can make money, we can make money together. Li Yi thought of a new tactic. Huolong, out of water's 2-stage rocket, could fly over. I'm going to cross the river. Are you going to gather? If you gather, I'll blast you. If you don't, I'll really cross the river. Just like facing Sky Monkey, I'll blast your army. If you scatter your army, I'll use my army to deal with you. Where's Wen Tian? Come and drink with me. Go and call her. Li Longji also thought it through. This new weapon was a bully. He quickly called his daughter over. Not long after, Princess Yongmu brought Shao Qin over. Shao Qin was holding a large drumstick and eating it. Her mouth was covered in oil. Brother, this is for you. When Shao Qin saw Li Yi, she broke away from Princess Yongmu's hand and ran over. She wanted to share her food with Li Yi. Li Yi picked Shao Qin up and put her on his lap. Did you have a dream last night? Yes, I dreamed of a big house and 2 big cows. Shao Qin nodded vigorously. She had a dream. Chapter 1068. Li Yi was relieved about Shao Qin's matter. He turned his head and was troubled by the problem of building cannons. He could build cannons, but how could he build cannonballs? He couldn't reach a range of more than 5 kilometers. He still had to transport the cannons, and a cannon was very heavy. What kind of cannon can I build? Is it easy to build cannons and cannonballs? How far can they fly? Li Yi muttered as he searched for information to see which cannon was suitable for the current technology. After looking around, he found that he could build a big one, and then he could slowly make the fuse himself, and then the craftsman would work hard to craft the cannonballs by hand, including other gunpowder. Ordinary gunpowder couldn't launch the cannonballs that far. How many guns could he make with a whole set of cannons? He lowered his head and strolled to the workshop, wanting to ask the craftsman. He had bragged, but how to do it was a problem. "Old Zhang, how can I make the explosive things fly further?" He walked to the place where the bullets were made. This place was responsible for assembling the bullets. Old Zhang was called Zhangguan, and Zhangguan was resting at the door. The people who made the gunpowder and assembled the bullets changed places every day to let the dust that might have been in the previous room fall down. At the same time, they opened the door to let in air. Zhangguan thought that Dong Zhu was testing him and laughed. "Simple, isn't the sky monkey mounted on a car? Put it in a tube, and the tube is longer, like the tube of a firework. Seal it well, and it will fly further. However, the tube has to be sturdy, and it's best to use a bit of lead on the sky monkey. Add the gunpowder and launch the sky monkey like a bullet. If it's a level 2 one like Fire Dragon out of the sea, it can probably shoot 5 to 6 kilometers. A mortar that can fly a certain distance on its own." A picture appeared in Li's mind. The sky monkey added primer. The tube was like a gun barrel, and the back was covered with lead and a cork to shoot the sky monkey out. The sky monkey spun like a bullet and was ignited in the process. After level 2 ignition, it could fly very far. Was this an extended range rocket? After the primer was fired, the sky monkey would fly a certain distance and be ignited by the fuse. It would spit fire, glide in the air to a certain extent, and then ignite again. The drawback was that it could only hold a small amount of explosives, so it needed to be cleaned. At the same time, slow ignition of the fuse was a problem. During the firing process, a small control was needed to ignite the fuse inside the skyscraper monkey. With a loud bang, the pressure in the barrel would be so great that it might directly blow up the fuse. As soon as it left the muzzle of the cannon, the rocket began to spew fire. "No, it's too difficult to make." Li shook his head. "If you put the lengthened sky monkey in a tube, you can at least shoot for 4 li." Zhangguan thought for a while and felt that Dongzhu was right. The requirements of the craftsmanship were too high. He should change it. "Okay, make a tube. Use iron. Try to control the weight of a tube to less than 50 jin. It can be disassembled or assembled. I'll go back and draw the blueprint." Li decided to build a rocket launcher and use it to launch long skyscrapers. He thought of the 107mm rocket launcher that he had made back then. It was very light, and the shells were also very light. It was easy to operate. Even so, he couldn't make this kind of rocket. He could only shoot it at the sky. The cannons that could be disassembled couldn't be too heavy. It would be good if they could be carried by a person. A horse could carry 2 people, one on the left and one on the right. He returned to his study room and drew the blueprint in half an hour. He looked for Li Longji first. "Third brother, do you think this will work? It's a short distance of 4 li. The Yellow River is not that wide." Li blushed a little when he said this. He had boasted before. Unless he directly exchanged for it, he wouldn't be able to make a cannon that could shoot for 5 li in a month. Can it shoot for 5 li? Li Longji was still thinking about it. "It's too heavy. It's a few thousand jin. It's not as good as a skyscraper monkey." Li told the truth. It was just a cannon. He gritted his teeth and made it. How would he use it after making it? A few thousand jin cannon could only be pulled by a horse carriage. The road was not easy to travel. If he had the technology to make a cannon, he might as well make bronze bullets with primers. That way he could make a machine gun. Li Longji thought of a large metal tube that could be transported by a group of people. He frowned. "Is there anything else?" "I need to make better gunpowder and mortars. They are powerful, light, and have a long range." Li knew of something that was not bad, but it was very difficult to make. Li Longji understood. "If it's too powerful, you won't be able to use it. Can you add a tube to the skyscraper monkey and shoot further? The accuracy can also be improved. The craftsmanship of the skyscraper monkey has been improving. Every skyscraper monkey is almost the same. Li Yi scratched his head. How do you make the second kick on Zhuangzi? Add it in and release it behind the skyscraper monkey. Li Longji gave an idea. The tube has to be thicker. It should be more than 200 jin. The skyscraper monkey is huge. Li Yi calculated the pressure of the second kick. Make some smaller and thinner ones with the second kick at the back. Add a skyscraper monkey and place an arrow tip in front of the monkey. For example, it can shoot for 5. Li Longji still had other ideas, who said that one had to use explosives to fight. A large number of small tubes was equivalent to arrows with a long range. At a distance of 200 steps, if they were fired densely, what enemy could withstand it? If there was still some gunpowder left, the arrows could enter the body and then explode. Even if the second kick was attached to the body and exploded, could it hurt the enemy? Good idea. Third brother is amazing. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. He thought about it and felt that if the skyscraper monkey with arrows could explode without flying too far, the biggest effect would be psychological pressure. It was already very uncomfortable to be shot by this kind of arrow. If they had to bear the explosion, how could they continue fighting? I'll draw and calculate. Li Yi turned around and gave the drawings to the cub who was standing closest to him before running back to the study. The cub shook a stack of papers in its hand at Ching Song, smiled and looked up at the sky. Ching Song jumped forward, grabbed the drawings from the cub's hand and ran away. The cub was speechless. Dongzhu gave it to me and asked me to deliver it, right? You all saw it. The cub looked at the others. Everyone shook their heads together, meaning that the cub should stop talking. Dongzhu gave it to the cub, yet the cub let others take it away. What would happen if the person who delivered the information was robbed? Your Majesty, they're all bullying me, the cub said to Li Longji. Why don't we change to another cub next time? I'll protect you, Li Longji said lightly. Your Majesty, I was wrong. The cub almost knelt down and removed itself from the list. It could not live. Being kicked out of the 8-person group meant that it had angered Li Dongzhu. In that case, everyone could bully it. Li Yi's drawings were from the Song dynasty. They were fire arrows, skyscraper monkeys, and tied arrows, but they did not explode and only increased the range. Of course, even with the fire arrows, the Song dynasty still could not defeat the enemy. They destroyed one enemy after another, and in the end, the Song dynasty became the Northern Song dynasty. Then there was the name of the Southern Song dynasty. The technology of making weapons was good, but it could not withstand the strong suppression of the weak and the emphasis on literature. Okay, this is it. Don't tie it. Just insert it directly in front and add a cover made of bamboo to control the balance during flight and distribute the air. It's called a fairing. Li Yi also drew the drawings of the fire arrows. Chapter 1069. The night in the capital office was still hot and humid. It began to drizzle along the banks of the Juku Yellow River. The air pressure in the already thin area dropped again. The Tang dynasty soldiers were not in good condition. They needed to breathe heavily and resist the cold of the rain. Guojun held the binoculars but could not see the fire on the other side. It was pitch black. Tubo won't attack tonight. Neither side can see. Wang Juankue stood next to him. The two sides looked at each other across the river. When it was not raining, the Tang dynasty troops were familiarizing themselves with the terrain by the river. They were looking for suitable places to cross and dangerous places to cross. Dangerous places might not necessarily prevent people from crossing. Easy places to cross were more likely to be attacked by enemies. The generals checked and considered where they would cross the river if they were the ones leading the troops. How should they fight after crossing? Should they feign attack or try to break through? 2 more months. The weather is cold. I hope more cotton-padded and leather clothes will be sent later. Guo Jiyun was thinking about the battle in winter. There was nothing to say now. His troops were resting, recovering, and adapting to the current weather. They would attack after finding the enemy's weakness. The troops were chopping wood to make rafts. They did not need to row upstream. They only needed to get on the rafts and cross with the current to the other side. I can't hear anything. Are they waiting in the rainy night or taking the opportunity to mobilize their troops? Wang Junkui wondered what Zasikas would do. Zasikas lost a large area and must want to take it back. Gua Jian turned and entered the tent. He took off his bamboo hat and said, "We'll know when we see their horses tomorrow morning. Maybe it's a trick. We'll wait for the rafts to be built. No matter how they mobilize." Zhang Zhongliang, who had not gone out, drank hot tea and studied the map under the light of the kerosene lamp. In the past 2 days, 20 hot air balloons were released, and they all flew back. They drew some topographic maps and the camp behind Tubo. Yesterday, a hot air balloon dropped an explosive bag and blew up a tent. The Tubo people below were panicking. It did not blow up the largest tent. It happened to pass by a small tent and lit a fire and threw it down. "Let's sleep. There's nothing to do tonight." Gua Zhiyun found a place to rest. On the other side of the river, Zasikas was still awake. He was injured. He didn't live in a big tent, but a small tent next to his was blown up. At that time, he was standing outside wearing ordinary clothes. The shock wave from the explosion lifted up the rocks, and a small piece of rock hit his knee. It was bruised, and it hurt every time he touched it. He was drinking the medicine that Guan Lin had left behind. He felt that the pain would lessen after drinking this medicine. It was a good medicine. The medicine did not taste good, but he drank it in small mouthfuls, savoring the unique bitterness. The Qianhu was barbecuing meat in his tent. The tent was made of thick leather to isolate the fire from the outside. "I hope it doesn't rain all night." The Qianhu sliced off a piece of meat with a knife, dipped it in salt, and brought it to his mouth. He was worried that the soldiers would get sick. The rain was cold, so everyone was eating the food brought by the tribes that came with them. During this emergency evacuation, many things that were inconvenient to carry were thrown away and set on fire, not leaving anything for the enemy. This included the dry firewood, wooden fences, and other household utensils. Everyone was waiting for Tubo to send the baggage over, so that they could continue to defend this side of the Yellow River and look for an opportunity to fight back. Although it was called a fight back, it was actually a sneak attack. It was impossible to wipe out the entire military camp of the Tang dynasty at once. The Tang dynasty had more soldiers than their own side, and their morale was high. Zasikas squinted his eyes and enjoyed the medicine. When he heard the Qianhu's words, he smiled. "I'm not afraid. I feel strong enough to judge their plans." His current state was in line with Poison Shi's condition. His mind was indeed agile, and he was in good spirits. At that time, Li Yi was a creative person. Some people in the film and television industry like to find inspiration in such a state or use it to lose weight. Does the commander know? The Qianhu stopped. "If I were them, I would definitely cut down trees to make rafts and then rush down from the upper reaches of the Yellow River diagonally to transport troops." Zasikas made his own judgment. He was right. The Qianhu showed a trace of regret. He thought that Rinpochian had some special ideas. Who didn't know this? "As for us, we won't go upstream. We'll send our troops downstream. We'll send our infantry and some cavalry 60 miles behind. The cavalry will be here for them to see. We'll wait for a good day. At night, the infantry will travel 60 miles with light equipment. Our other troops will cross the Yellow River and attack a military camp of the Tang dynasty. At night, the military camp won't know the situation, so they can only send their troops back to report and prepare to attack us at the river. At this time, we'll travel another 10 miles with light equipment and take down the military camp from the lower reaches of the river." Zasikas slowly explained his thoughts and plan. The infantry would be very tired, but once they won a battle, their morale would return. The others knew that the Tang dynasty was not invincible. They just needed to think of a way. Okay, I'm willing to lead the infantry. The Qianhu clenched his fists. He wanted to fight. He was angry with Guanlin. Now he had medicinal herbs, but no one knew how to treat diseases. He looked forward to catching Guanlin one day and bringing him back to teach him a lesson. Don't worry. If we can figure out where the Tang dynasty's troops will cross the river, it'll be better to attack them first. Zasikas waved his hand and continued to taste the medicine. At this time, more than 200 miles north of them, a troop was advancing in the rain. Move. If you're cold, eat something. Don't stop. We didn't bring any tents. Once we stop, we won't be able to withstand the cold. Zhang Xiaosong's bodyguards rode their horses and shouted everywhere. More people led their horses and walked. They exercised and ate to make themselves feel less cold. When the wind blew, they had horses beside them to block it. The explosives and the horses were wrapped to cover them so that the gunpowder wouldn't get wet. The non-commissioned officer walked with their heads down. They walked slowly and ate from time to time. They were used to following Zhang Xiaosong. They could endure any harsh environment. The rain was nothing. When it stopped and the sun rose, they could have a good rest. Zhang Xiaosong looked at the faces of the soldiers around him. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He didn't know how many enemies he would encounter if he went in alone. He didn't even know if he could return alive. But his 10,000 elite soldiers, together with good weapons, could kill at least 40,000 to 50,000 enemies. Even if they died, it would be worth it. They would be worthy of His Majesty's trust. It was just like when he led 10,000 soldiers to attack the western regions. When he went there, he didn't expect to fight like that. Step by step, perseverance would lead to victory. More than 2 hours later, the rain stopped. There were puddles on the ground. When walking over the grass, one would accidentally slip and fall. The sky was still cloudy. The moon and stars couldn't be seen. Zhang Xiaosong looked in the direction of Zasikas' troops. There, Tubo and the Tang dynasty were facing each other across the river for a long time. Gua Jiyun should be looking for people to cut wood to make rafts, right? I'll wait for him for a few days. 5 days. After 5 days, I'll lead the troops to launch a surprise attack. I hope Gua Jiyun will know what to do. Zhang Xiaosong ordered the troops to stop and rest as he talked to himself. Chapter 1070. The night passed, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Giddy up, giddy up. 10 fast horses were galloping on the road. They were less than 15 kilometers away from Gua Jiyun's location. But there were no horses to change horses now. They could only change to their own horses, which would take some time to reach their destination. At the same time, another large group of 3,000 people was also galloping. Each person rode 4 horses. They didn't look for relay stations to change horses along the way. Every day, the horses would rest for 2 hours, and the people would also take the opportunity to rest. This was the winged cavalry. They were far ahead of the 516 Imperial Guards. Their horses were better, and they were also stronger. Hao Lingquan led 5,000 people. Each person rode 2 horses, so they couldn't be fast. They also brought some supplies to the front. Along the way, they looked for relay stations to feed the horses. There was a relay station every 10 kilometers. At one relay station, some of the horses would eat. At the next relay station, another group of horses would eat. The people at the relay stations were on the verge of tears. They had been too busy recently. They didn't have enough fodder, so they asked the commoners for help and money. The commoners knew that there was a war ahead. Grain and salt were charged according to the normal price. When they delivered the refined materials, they also brought along a big bundle of grass for free. This was because when they went to the relay stations, they also ate black bread and drank soup for free. The Tang dynasty was at war. If the relay stations needed help, they would help. This big bundle of grass has tired us out. Here you go. A man in his 40s brought his son, who was in his 20s, to deliver grass to the relay station. The 2 of them brought their sickles to cut the grass in the morning. They tied the bundle of grass and carried it to the relay station. Fong Lao, I will remember this. In the future, when you deliver letters and things, I won't charge you. I will write it clearly on the account. You can put your fingerprint on it. The station's constable brought over the accounting book. Fong Lao shook his head. No. Who knows if you will charge less under normal circumstances and then use your fingerprint to pay. That would be embezzlement. He meant that the constable should charge 2 coins and tell those who didn't deliver grass to charge 1 coin. But they had to put their fingerprint on it. This way, the constable could keep 1 coin and deliver the things for free. When reporting to the higher-ups, he could use his fingerprint to speak. Can I do that? If I get caught, I will lose my head. The constable felt wronged. Now that he had a high income, the relay station was very strict. It was said that the higher-ups had a calculation method to know which relay station situation. With such a good income, why would he want to kill his head? How would I know? You can keep the grass. We are just delivering grass to the relay station, not for any benefits. Fong Lao still shook his head. Dad, didn't you say that if we win it will be cheaper for us to eat mutton in the future? Fong Lao's son suddenly spoke. You talk too much. Fong Lao patted his son's head and turned to leave. The village head watched as the father and son walked away. He picked up his brush and wrote. Fong Lao sent 6 dan of grass. The other commoners sent a total of more than 1,000 dan of grass. This village has sufficient fodder. After he finished writing, he found a simple envelope and put it inside. Without sealing it, he handed it to the courier. Send it out to the next relay station and enter Chang'an. All right. The courier tucked the letter in his bosom and didn't ride the horse at all. He drank a few mouthfuls of soup and ran to the next courier station at a normal speed. It was only a distance of 10 miles. He could run for it and then run back after a rest. They were not in a hurry. They would wait for the information from the relay stations to be delivered. After a few days, they would send the information to Chang'an by donkey. The people at the relay station were reluctant to use their livestock. If there was an emergency and they needed livestock, it would delay the military situation. The sun gradually rose and gradually moved towards the center of the village. The 10 messengers had finally arrived. Report. Urgent news from Chang'an. A letter was delivered to Guazhiyun. The 10 messengers were carried away to rest. The horses were also being fed water. Li ordered us to feign an attack. Guazhiyun read the letter and passed it to Zhang Zhongliang. Zhang Zhongliang read the letter and passed it to Wang Junkui. Zhang Shaosong came and took away one of my hot air balloons. I thought he would rush over and meet up with us. Wang Junkui read the letter and folded it. It seems like Zhang Shaosong ran away again and is fighting alone. Feign an attack. Don't take Zhang Shaosong into consideration. We have to take him into consideration again. Be prepared to launch a real attack at any time. As long as it doesn't rain at night, the hot air balloons will always be in the air. Guazhiyun understood everything. Zhang Shaosong ran away to look for an opportunity. Li did not want Zhang Shaosong to be included in their calculations. Some things could not be calculated just because they did not want to. If Zhang Shaosong launched a sneak attack at night, he would have to cooperate with the attack. If he saw his allies move but did not help them across the river, wouldn't that mean he was stupid? Zhang Zhongliang added, Don't worry about other places first. Keep an eye on Zasi Kaz's troops. If they suddenly panic or retreat, immediately cross the river and attack. After the 3 finished their discussion, they began to deploy. Newly made rafts were thrown into the water one by one and tied with ropes. More cavalrymen dragged the rafts over. Smoke rose from the campsite. All kinds of supplies were piled up on the riverbank. The horses that delivered the orders were running. Every time they reached a military camp by the river where the 2 sides gathered their forces, the military camp would transport the supplies forward and send the rafts into the water. Tubo did not know that the number of rafts was not enough. Every time they saw the Tang dynasty's military camp move, they would immediately send fast horses to report. The entire area was hundreds of miles long. Both sides had deployed 200,000 soldiers this time. Of the 200,000 soldiers, the Tang dynasty contributed more than Tubo. Shu Di was continuously sending supplies to the front. The first batch of ships from Chang and had not yet arrived. When the first batch of ships arrived, the rest could be connected. Build relay stations. From here to the relay station in Longyu, there is only one relay station every 10 miles. The horse can't run anymore. After lunch, Guojun and the other 3 came out and saw the soldiers burying a horse. There was blood on the horse. The blood was let out. When the blood was let out, the horse was still alive and drinking water. In the end, it could not hold on and fell down. The soldiers did not want to eat, so they began to dig a hole to bury the horse. Seeing this, Guojun felt sad. He ordered them to build more relay stations according to the Tang dynasty's method. Qin Li went over and picked up the military shovel to help bury the horse. Shovel after shovel of dirt fell on the horse. Some soldiers turned their heads away. Another group of people from Shu County came over. Some of them were pushing wheelbarrows and humming a tune. Guojun did not look at the horse. He said loudly, "We will definitely win this war. The imperial court will use all its power to send supplies to us. Look at now. The brothers from Shu Di are directly pushing supplies over. Have you ever encountered such logistical support before?" The surrounding soldiers puffed out their chests and felt proud. This was the first time they were sent to the front lines as support. When they sent out the troops, they thought that they were carrying supplies and the Longyu provincial governor would cooperate with them. Then they would think of a way to solve the problem here. Baggage would be sent over after a period of time. Who would have thought that the military supplies would be endless? Now that the Shu Di arrived, there would be more ships arriving. At this point in the war, if they still could not win, they would have no face to live. "Don't just look, go help." Wang Junkui shouted. Didn't they see that she was tired from pushing the wheelbarrows? Chapter 1071. There was a loud bang and gravel flew everywhere. A person was lying on the ground with his head in his hands. No one knew if he was dead or alive. When the gravel and dust had settled, someone rushed over. "Are you dead? Tong Lu, are you dead?" The person who went over shouted at the motionless person. There was no response. He shook his head. "Carry him away." 2 people came over and carried the person one after the other. As soon as they touched him, the person suddenly moved. He looked around and suddenly shouted, "I'm alive, I'm alive. I don't need to do anything if I encounter a dud again. After the canal is built, I won't be sentenced to death." "Tong Lu, you're not dead?" The person from before shouted at him. Tong Lu looked at him in confusion. He put his finger in his ear and pressed it. "I can't hear you. My ears are buzzing. Go back with us. Go quickly." The person gestured. "I understand. Let's go." Tong Lu understood. These people were building a canal to connect the Wei River to the Yellow River. At the source, there was a river flowing into the Yellow River and another river flowing into the Wei River. This meant that the source was high and flowed to both sides. If a boat wanted to go against the Wei River and enter the Yellow River, there had to be a pool built at the top. The water in the pool flowed to both sides, and many rivers in the mountains gathered at the pool. The Wei River flowed to the east and would eventually enter the Yellow River, but it wasn't at this crucial place. Everyone dug together and placed explosives in the difficult places. Sometimes there would be duds in the explosives. The prisoners on death row and those who had committed serious crimes would deal with the duds. It was fine as long as they took it out. The duds didn't really die out. If no one dealt with them, they wouldn't know when they would explode. Li Yi had opened the mountain with duds before, and some suddenly exploded a month later. Now, they waited for 15 minutes. If there was no movement, they would go. 2 people had already been killed. Today, Tong Lu's family made him wait for an hour. It was just in time for dinner. They didn't have to arrange the duds immediately. After dinner, he went up. Before he could touch it, the blast appeared first. He reacted quickly and directly lay down. He was considered alive, but it wouldn't be his turn next time. It would take a long time for another turn. Those who needed to be exiled volunteered to do the most dangerous work. As long as the canal was built, the death penalty would be changed to exile, imprisonment, and whipping. The exiles didn't want to leave. Their chances of survival were too low if they went to an unfamiliar place. The prisoners wanted to be beaten and go home to recover. At first, they didn't think much of it, but when the two of them were killed, they finally understood that it was indeed a gamble with their lives. Today, Tang Lu almost died. Tang Lu was a criminal on death row. He had a conflict with his neighbor, so he poisoned his neighbor's horse and cow. The neighbor was rich, but when he met the neighbor's dog, he decided to set it on fire. The neighbor's houses, firewood, horses, and cows were all burned down, and the neighbor's families fled. His actions were too vile. He caused a lot of property losses and almost burned people to death. He was sentenced to hang. He refused to accept this. Why? I didn't want to burn anyone. I want to appeal. While he was appealing, someone came to him and told him to go to work and survive. His family helped him continue the appeal, and he came over to work on his own. Now he could be sure that as long as he was careful, he would not be hanged. Lu, on the other hand, could apply for a dangerous job. If there was another dud, he would take the initiative to dismantle it. If he didn't die, he would become a criminal. Of course, those who committed heinous crimes and killed people, especially robbers and murderers, would not be given a chance. They must die. Otherwise, it would be encouraging everyone to kill people. Anyway, there was a high chance that they wouldn't die. Everyone continued to work. They chiseled holes and placed explosives. Tang Lu temporarily treated his ears. His vestibular nerves were affected. Nausea, vomiting. Murayamashu was also in the crowd. He was afraid that the next dud would be his turn. If possible, he wanted to wait for 3 days to line up the duds. However, it was obviously not possible. Would the construction progress wait for him for 3 days? Everyone work hard. The canal will be built at the end of June. Except for those who are guilty, everyone else will get a lot of money. Pay attention to your safety. The foreman in charge of this place shouted. He was happy because he got more money than others. On the entire canal, countless people were working at the same time. The food was not bad. There were meat and vegetables. There was a limited number of stews. They could eat any staple food, pickles, and soup. For example, tonight his team could eat soy sauce chicken liver and pig liver. Those who didn't work at night were allowed to drink half a liter of rice wine. It had nothing to do with the duds. It was a reward for the fast progress of the construction. If he commanded well, he would be rewarded with a liter of money. Those who worked at night would drink and eat braised food before they went to bed tomorrow morning. Boats arrived on the Wei River. They carried the goods to the bank of the Yellow River and put them in the warehouse. One of them was waiting for the canal to be built, and the other was waiting for the boats to come back. Once the delivery ship had unloaded its cargo, it would quickly return empty-handed. They would load the goods and change the people here. So far, only one batch of 50 boats had come back. The boats didn't go to take the things they needed to take along the way. They just left. Other people boarded the boats to load the goods and send them to the front line. This was the fastest way to send military supplies to the source of the Yellow River through the water route, land route, and land route. The people who built the road and prepared to replace the boats didn't know strategy, but they definitely knew that people needed to eat and horses to fight a war. They also knew that the Tang dynasty would be safe if they won the war. Theoretically, it's only a few days. As long as the boats are connected, the soldiers at the front line will have no worries. Baigu was not an ordinary person. He was looking forward to occupying the Yellow River Basin. It was not a matter of the 2 freshwater lakes. It was a matter of reducing Tubo's strategic living space. There were many Tubo tribes around the 2 freshwater lakes. They relied on the lakes to live, draw water, graze, and hunt. Animals needed to drink water. With a big lake, many animals would drink water. Night wolves, leopards, and other animals would also look for food. In summer, birds, blue sheep, and so on. Su-er took a sip of tea. He was very anxious. He wished he could fly on the clouds and help deliver the things that they needed in the next few days to the place. According to the speed of the boats, when another boat team arrived, there would be a boat or propeller boat arriving every day. They were not only sending things, but also the belief of victory. The logistics were endless, and the soldiers at the front line had less to worry about. Tingshuo, don't worry. The things from Shudi have arrived. Li Yi's logistics operation is too good. Song Jing knew Su Yi's thoughts. Tingshuo was Su Yi's courtesy name. Su Yi's courtesy name meant upright. His courtesy name was Tingshuo. Ting was the imperial court, and Shuo was pronounced as Shur. Tingshuo meant the rock of the country. It could also be said that he was the cornerstone of the country. Another interpretation was also quite interesting. Tingshuo, a person with a high academic degree in the imperial court. His courtesy name meant that he was upright and knowledgeable in the imperial court. However, his father was the minister's left servant, Su Gui, so he was not so vulgar. Yes, Su Yi replied with one word. He really admired Li Yi. He had seized the opportunity to occupy the entire Yellow River Basin. The key point was that Li Yi did not just say it. He was really doing it. This time, they occupied the Yellow River Basin. Next time, they could try the Yangtze River Basin. Chapter 1072. Tingshuo, don't compare yourself to Xiao Yi, even though you are already very formidable. Bai Gu tried to discourage Su Yi. Bai Gu wasn't wrong. Su Yi's information was, Su Yi Tingshuo weak and agile. He can read 1,000 words in a single glance and can recite them over and over again. The translation was, Su Yi has been smart since young. He can read 1,000 words in a single glance and recite them out. He is a character like Zhang Song. Theoretically, he should know how to memorize images. When have I ever compared myself to him? Su Yi rebutted, I don't want to compare myself to that inhuman thing. He then laughed. Li Yi doesn't have it easy. It's even more tiring than being the prime minister. He has to manage everything. He doesn't need to attend court. He can sleep for as long as he wants. He can eat whatever he wants. He knows how to cook it himself. Before tonight, the Li family Zhuangzi will send razor clams over. The three of us will each have 2 caddies. We should cook them once we get home. We can't stay overnight. When Bai Gu talked about Li Yi, he thought of something happy. There was seafood to eat. Real seafood, alive. When he was in Henan Prefecture, he had never seen any live seafood. Who would have thought that seafood could be kept on a ship all the way back? They are selling it outside. It costs 1 caddy per caddy. There's no guarantee that they are all alive. However, even if they are dead, they will die on the same day. Song Jing raised the price, but they couldn't afford it. There weren't many of them per caddy. They had to be scooped out of the water. Thankfully, King Song was selling them and giving them to those who were qualified to eat them for free. For example, the 3 of them. Bai Gu smiled. It's time to pay taxes. King Song took the initiative to pay taxes. He said that he would help the Ministry of Revenue gather 30 million this year. This is because King Song needs to give them to the concubines in the palace, the members of the royal family, and us officials. Only one ship brought back 40,000 caddies and sold 20,000 caddies. There will be more to come. Conch shells are the most expensive. The Ministry of Revenue can get more than 4,000 caddies from a single ship. Bai Gu was happy. He liked to make money, even if he could not use a single cent of that money for himself. He had the opportunity to get a portion of it. For example, if there was a project grant, he could get a rebate. The more he understood, the more he did not do anything. His family sold pencils and made a lot of money. Sometimes he would even donate money to Grief Field Workshop. If he was greedy, it wouldn't be worth it to covet hundreds or thousands of carvings. He sold hundreds of carvings of pencils a year. If he was greedy for tens of thousands of taels of silver, money would burn his hands, and he would definitely be found out. At that time, how would he face the emperor and Shao Yi? His Majesty would probably give him a cup of poison wine and leave his corpse intact for the sake of their old friendship. As for Shao Yi, she probably would not see him for the last time. Has this year's 30 million arrived? Song Jing still didn't know that King Song was willing to pay the taxes. If he didn't, what could he do? I won't have 30 million in savings, and I've been spending a lot recently. Jigu has been asking me for money almost every day and sending it to various places to build roads and irrigation works. I pondered that I would have 20 million yuan by the end of the year. I'm worried about making money, so I want to take out everyone's money to complement each other. I'm worried about spending money, so how am I going to spend the remaining 20 million yuan? Baigu was indeed worried. In the past, the rent was less than 10 million yuan a year. He had to pay the salaries of the officials and provide supplies to the army. He was a little stretched. This year's rent was more than enough, and he had an extra pile of money. He had never used it before. Oh my God! Sui smiled. You can ask Li. He will tell you how to use it. I'm worried now. I'm worried that he will covet the surplus of the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu was even more distressed. Big brother, the Ministry of Revenue has a lot of money this year. Take out another 10 million yuan to build the navy. Next spring, the fleet will sail far away, and many ships will be thrown away. It will be fine in the future. The thing that Baigu was afraid of appeared in the Li family Zhuangzi. It was just like Murphy's Law. Li Yi complained that Li Qingqi's speed of making money and building ships was too slow. The key was that the money was too little and the investments were too big. This included raising pearls, planting peppers, seaside business development, Tang dynasty fund expenditure. Potatoes and corn were really good things. Tomatoes, kidney beans, sunflowers, sweet potatoes, and big apples. Rubber could be planted in Yunnan, Southwest, and Cheongzhou. There was also a lot of gold and silver there. There was also a lot of silver in Europe. As long as there were enough precious metals, the Tang dynasty could issue non-credit currencies. As long as there were enough non-credit currencies, they could become stable credit currencies. For example, in the Li family Zhuangzi, even if the Li family Zhuangzi did not use collateral and directly printed money, the people would still accept it, and they would not take the money to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for gold, silver, and copper. Li Qingqi had heard about all kinds of things outside. He had also seen the pictures drawn by Li Yi. He said that potatoes and corn had a high yield and were easy to feed. Especially corn, it could be extracted from oil and could be planted casually. People and livestock could eat it. I will ask Baigu for it. I can't pay taxes for nothing. Li Qingqi decided. It has nothing to do with taxes. When the things are brought back, won't the Ministry of Revenue increase? When the gold and silver are brought back, the Ministry of Revenue will issue banknotes. When the time comes, I will mark out which mines are good to mine and mark the coal mines. They will be refined locally and then transported back. Li Yi knew that the Americas had a lot of gold and other things. As for oil, there was still the Middle East. It was difficult to drill oil wells in the Tang dynasty, but there were places in the Middle East where oil could be mined. Then they could ship it back. It was useful. Yes, I will go there in the afternoon and give them razor clams. Li Qingqi thought it through. After eating a big bowl of cold noodles, Li Qingqi left with razor clams. Li Longji came back. He had lunch with Wu Jiyu. Wu Jiyu was about to give birth. Brother Yi, I heard that the Ministry of Revenue will have a lot of surplus this year. Li Longji got the news. He was also worried about how to use the money. When my brother came, I said that we need 10 million to build more boats. There's still about 10 million left. It's not enough. Li Yi brought a plate of fruits and said worriedly, not enough. Li Longji felt that there was too much money. How could it not be enough? He was also rich. Very rich. Tomorrow, my steam engine will be ready. It will be a mature one. It will be able to produce trains directly. 10 million is no more than 10 billion to build and pave the tracks. After the tracks are finished, we will pave the tracks to Luoyang. That's it. 10 million is enough. We will dig and smelt the mines ourselves. We will also build the cement blocks for the tracks ourselves. The gravel will have to be transported from elsewhere. The money in the Tang dynasty is more valuable. I will pay for the train. 10 million is enough. Maybe it is not enough. Li Yi shook his head. It was too difficult. He wanted to spend money, but he could not spend it. He had not built the tracks to Shudi yet. If he said that, Old Bai would have problems. How much manpower and material resources would be needed to build a railway? Is 10 million enough? 110 million yuan coins were thrown in just like that. Can't we transport goods without the tracks? Li Longji was distressed. He had seen the wooden tracks. It was horse-drawn and needed a lot of money. Not really. I will build the steam engine for the boats first. I will also throw away the sail-powered boats. If we meet the natives, we can sell them to them. Li thought for a while. He felt that the tracks and trains in the Tang dynasty were not very useful. From Chang and to Luoyang, then to the coast of Shandong, it was still useful. When the time came, he would let the boats in Guangzhou unload the goods in Shandong. In the middle, he would need to build the railway bridge, including the bridge over the Grand Canal. Is 50 million enough? At that time, his country was frantically building roads. This was not an ordinary plan. The leaders of each generation insisted on it. Then, there was the result of the regular delivery within 72 hours. Railway, land, prosperous road. Chapter 1073. Abandon the ship, abandon it. Li Longji muttered. Previously, they had agreed to build more ships and bring more things. When the things on the ship, including fresh water, were almost exhausted, they would abandon the ship. There were few people steering the ship. After abandoning the ship, they would board another ship. In the vast sea, they would directly abandon the ship. When they encountered an island or land with indigenous people, they would exchange things with them. The indigenous people did not even dare to think about big ships and would exchange things with them. If they taught them a little and told them the location of the Tang dynasty, the indigenous people would probably take the risk to bring things to the Tang dynasty. As long as the indigenous people did not cause any substantial damage to the Tang dynasty soldiers, they did not need to attack the indigenous people immediately. The indigenous people might be afraid. If they communicated well with the other party, for example, if they gave something, the indigenous people might want to snatch it. However, they also believed that there was a very powerful place. Not all the indigenous people were willing to snatch things. If they could exchange things, they would naturally be willing to do so. Even when they saw people they had never seen before, the indigenous people would even provide help. A big ship is very useful to the indigenous people from other places, right? Li Longji calculated the value. Now, in the whole world, the Tang dynasty ships are the largest and most powerful. No one else knows how to build them. Li smiled. Now, people from other places came by ships. The ships were not big. When they moved close to the shore, they had to worry about hitting the reefs. Fortunately, there was a fixed route. The military ships of the Tang dynasty were like buildings. If the indigenous people had such a ship and told them the situation of the Tang dynasty, they would bring the best things to take a look and exchange things at the same time. As for taking the initiative to attack, it was the same as when Li Yi saw a real big spaceship. Would the people on Earth dare to take the initiative to attack? They would definitely try to communicate first and ask the other party's intentions. If they could communicate, they would ask for other information and see what they could exchange. Could they definitely attack the other party with nuclear weapons? At least with their IQ, they would not have such thoughts. If it were the indigenous people, would they think of attacking first when such a big ship came over with bows and arrows? They would definitely think about it first. What is this thing? Where did it come from? Is it going to hit me? As long as the soldiers of the Tang dynasty did not take the initiative to attack and took out food for the other party to taste, the other party would respond in the same way. Not to mention the fact that they were also human aboriginals. If a wolf pack encountered a large group of cavalry, would the wolf king yell and attack? Li Longji pondered for a while. Can you leave the natives of Rin's school behind? It's more dangerous, but we can note down the places where there are indigenous people. We'll go around and send people there. Li Yi did not agree with the idea of vigorously promoting the Tang dynasty during the first voyage. First, go and get the seeds. Gold and silver were secondary. When he was in the Tang dynasty, he could provide many places with golden sand and even knew how to mine it. For example, the felt could be used to collect gold in a place where there was gold sand in the river. Because the weight of gold was large, the sand containing the gold was poured onto the felt and then slowly washed with water. The sand and mud were washed away, leaving behind the gold. As long as the Tang dynasty had enough military power, gold and silver did not need to be used as collateral. Potatoes and corn were the real good stuff. The current output of potatoes and corn might not be large, but they could be cultivated slowly. As for the detoxification of potatoes, there was no need for that at the moment. In the beginning, potatoes were planted all over the world. Before they were detoxified, everyone was still willing to plant them. The yield per mu was indeed high. Later on, the detoxified potatoes had a higher yield per mu. That was true. If he really wanted to detoxify them, he could do it in the laboratory and then cultivate them. Not to mention 5,000 caddies per mu. 1,000 caddies per mu would be frightening. In a place where the yield of crops was more than 200 caddies per mu, he would be beaten up if he told the other party that the yield was 5,000 caddies per mu. Li Yi knew that it was impossible to have 5,000 caddies of potatoes per mu without slow cultivation, including the high-yield corn. However, these were cultivated by the local natives. If they were brought over, the yield per mu would be many times higher than other food crops. Brother Yi, have you eaten the potatoes and corn you mentioned? Li Longji suddenly asked after eating a few mouthfuls of watermelon. Third brother, can I get you something to eat? The ones I made can't be planted, but they can be eaten. Li Yi wanted to exchange for some. He had the system. Yes, he had the system. The kind that can be replenished? Li Longji asked again. If it can't be replenished, then he doesn't want it. Yes, I can make you stewed eggplant with potatoes, stir-fried, shredded potatoes, potato biscuits, potato noodles, salted baked potatoes, pork skin pancakes, potato pickles, potatoes. Potatoes can make so many things. I heard you said that there are both main dishes and side dishes. Li Longji was shocked. He felt that he had everything with potatoes. Otherwise, why would I send people to look for them? My laboratory technology is advanced enough, but I can extract some things that I can't extract. There's something that I can't mention. Li Yi was saying, system, give me the potatoes, can I plant them? Can't I wait for them to germinate? But in the end, no. Even if you extract the cells of the potatoes and cultivate them in the laboratory, you still can't grow anything. Go to the other place you mentioned. There's no need for the main dishes. You can't make the noodles in time. As for the biscuits, it's better to eat something else. Save it. Li Longji helped him. He accepted it. Looking at the experience of the person fearless, he was more magical than the current Li Yi. Looking at Princess Jinxian's master, Yi Fashion, he was really mysterious and wonderful. He lived for 107 years and could calculate. In front of these two people, the mysterious things that Li Yi took out paled in comparison to the mysterious things that Li Yi brought out. The people of the Tang dynasty believed in this. The people of Li Yi's time also believed in this. Many people believed in this. Things like feeling a theory in one's stomach, fragrance all over one's body, Shanggong, seeing the real scenery in the distance, Zhonggong, with one's third eye, etc. This included some feng shui, building government buildings, setting up cannons in Hong Kong's banks, setting up the layout of the sea, naming, interpreting dreams, praying to Buddha when officials were about to be investigated, therefore, Li a system that didn't have much of a sense of existence under normal circumstances. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It was very normal. So in the evening, Li Yi got potatoes of all sizes and made a table of dishes, mixing them with other dishes. Just eating potatoes was not enough. If one didn't eat them all the time, it would be easy to get constipation if one suddenly ate too much. He exchanged a total of 10 caddies of potatoes for everyone to eat. Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, the palace maids and eunuchs, Empress Wang, the little fellow, and Li Longji. The little fellow loved to eat potato stewed with eggplant. If the potatoes were only made into mashed potatoes, it would be too dry. Together with the eggplant, egg sauce, and chopped green onions were added. The little fellow ate it with a spoon. This was good and chewy. Shredded potatoes fried with soy sauce and vinegar. The ones with soy sauce are delicious. Empress Wang tasted 2 kinds of shredded potatoes and commented. Li Yi nodded and didn't comment. This was just like the battle between the saltiness and sweetness of tofu pudding. There was also a battle between the saltiness and sourness of fried, shredded potatoes. Shredded potato soup is also delicious. Noble consort Lu drank a mouthful of shredded potato soup with chopped green onions floating in the pot. Potato slices fried with soy sauce are delicious, Li Dan said. Potatoes are really good. Li Longji ate a small potato baked in salt and commented. Chapter 1074. 8 stones per mu. Li Yi gave a number. He was using the soup from the stir-fried, shredded potatoes. He added soy sauce and left a lot of soup, which became a thicker soup with potato starch. He picked up a few pieces of shredded potatoes and chili and stuffed them into his mouth. It was the most delicious. The little guy sat on a high stool and scooped up the soup with a bigger spoon. He took a sip and then scooped up some potato and eggplant with a smaller spoon. He ate with a grin. 8 stones. Li Dan suddenly shouted. Li Tan, who had just finished drawing a picture, was so scared that he shivered and the drawing fell to the ground. Wash your hands and come over for dinner, Empress Wang instructed Li Tan. Li Tan didn't know the situation. He drew a key part and said that he would eat later. He had just finished drawing and ran over to eat. When he went to wash his hands, Li Yi introduced 8 stones. Cultivate them well. They can produce more than 30 stones per mu. Li Yi was referring to Shangxi in his time. 1 mu produced 6,000 to 7,000 caddies of potatoes per mu. It was a specially cultivated breed. It was big. In addition, Inner Mongolia and Gansu had high yields of potatoes. Heilongjiang was also good. Heilongjiang potatoes were delicious. Later, they changed the breed and tasted bad. Now that they were going to America to get potatoes, the size should be uneven. The big ones could be as big as a baseball, and the small ones could be as small as a ping-pong ball or a glass ball. Let's not think about 30 stones first. 8 stones will definitely be enough, Li Yi promised. If the yield was low, why did everyone plant it and keep cultivating new varieties? Other places used potatoes as a staple food. Only people in his time used potatoes as vegetables. Potato powder was not a normal dish. Actually, potatoes can be roasted and eaten. Light a fire, throw it in, control the heat, roast it, peel it, and eat it. At most, dip it in salt or sauce. After Li Yi finished speaking, he quickly ate a mouthful of rice. He was hungry. We have to send a fleet out next year. The people are waiting. Noble consort Lu was anxious. She didn't expect such delicious food to be produced in such a high volume. Li nodded. There are many good things over there. Gold and silver are secondary. Bring back all kinds of crops to meet the needs of the people. He introduced the American crop, the kidney bean. Nowadays, the kidney bean should be classified as a string bean. It was just that it had a large grain size, a lot of starch, and a low yield. But it was delicious. Stewed dishes were the most fragrant. In addition, corn was the best material for making silage, especially for feeding cattle. Corn seedlings, corn cobs, and corn kernels were made into silage. The starch, protein, and fiber were all good. He could also break them off before they were ripe, boil them, or roast them. Sweet potatoes can be turned into vermicelli. Roasted in winter, sweet and fragrant. Li talked for a while. Except for the little fellow, everyone, including Li Tan, who was sitting there, stopped eating and listened together. They began to yearn for that place. Like Li, they did not care about gold and silver. Food was what the commoners needed the most. Once the commoners had their fill, they would be able to accept the printing of paper money. The Tang dynasty often got things from outside, such as mare milk grapes. Now that there was a new type of long-grain rice, in addition to other things, the commoners would be able to eat more than they could eat. Everyone eat. Next year, my steam engine will come out and take the coal out. I will draw a map of the local area, indicating the location of the open coal mine and other mines. I will continue to make coal locally and then come back. It will be faster and be used together with the sail. Li actually wanted to go with them. With him, the team would not have any problems. He was experienced in sailing at sea. He used to have his own yacht, and when he arrived at the place, he could recognize everything. When others went out, he could only draw the map of the crops. When will you come back? Empress Wang thought of the long journey. Li thought for a moment and replied, I have to build a good relationship with the locals and teach them something. I will leave at the beginning of spring next year and come back at the beginning of spring. So fast? Li Tan could not help but ask. After that, he quickly lowered his head. He was not qualified to speak here. The main thing is that there are many boats. Go east and go ashore. No, send 2 teams out. The other fleet will circle around and go west. Li considered the terrain and wanted to send people in both directions at the same time. Because there was no Panama Canal, there was also no Suez Canal. To go west, they had to go around the African continent and see if they could not make contact with the Africans and bring back tropical fruit seeds, coffee, and other things. For example, in Ghana, where he lived next to the sea, there was a mysterious fruit. After eating it, other sour things would become sweet. Then I will have to trouble you, brother Li Longji believed in Li's words. For others, distant places were full of unknowns and dangers. It felt like brother Li already knew the whole plan. Presumably, when he finished writing about the voyage, there would be information about what the place was like, what there was, how to replenish, and other methods. Then he would provide the tools to calculate the position at sea. The fleet would just follow the instructions. The unexpected situation was a storm at sea. That depended on luck. Princess Yongmu took care of the little guy and also took care of Li Tan. If it was in the palace, Princess Yongmu was good to Li Tan and helped him with some food during meals. Li Tan would be angry. He thought that others pitted him and he did not need other people's help. Now he would respond to his sister and take care of the little guy. He was confident that the wound on his face could be treated by brother Li, no brother-in-law. Moreover, brother-in-law was really powerful and knew everything. He helped the people live a good life and provided weapons and supplies to the soldiers at the front. Every time, he would transport things in units of 10,000. Before a big battle was over, he had already thrown out 1 million. If he threw a tantrum with his sister, what if he hit me? I can't beat him and others won't help me. The key was that he did not dare to fight back. If he fought back, he would be beaten even more ruthlessly. I don't want to eat. I want to drink soup. The little guy finished the big plate of potato and eggplant in front of him. Li Tan pulled the plate down and brought the small bowl of soup to his brother. Thank you, brother. The little guy wiped his mouth with a napkin around his neck and thanked him. Others also had napkins, but they did not put them around their necks, but on their legs to prevent things from falling and dirtying their pants. Another one was on the table to wipe their mouths. The little guy's napkin was a big one that covered his entire body. Of course, if the soup spilled, he had to quickly pick it up to see if it was scalded. Noble consort, Lu's eyes revealed a loving look. She liked the current atmosphere of eating together as a family. Li Dan exhaled comfortably and ate slowly. He felt that he was the most blessed person. There was no longer any fear or intrigue. All of the problems in the Li family's farmstead seemed very calm. No one dared to find trouble in the Li family Zhuangzi. There was no situation of husband and wife quarreling in the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was usually lively. He could find people to play chess and see a group of children running around. Tomorrow, when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion will add new things to provide customers with more choices. Li Yi suddenly talked about small things in life. Chapter 10:75. At dawn, Li Longji left first and went to the court to wait for the start of the court session. The little guy ate sea urchin egg soup, bread rolls, and smoked meat with vegetables. He took a small bag of dried fruits and a cucumber and went out to play with Princess Yongmu. Li went with him. He wanted to go to the market. Princess Yongmu went to Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion to sell things. Today it was time for Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion to open for business again. Some noble women came early and arrived last night to find an inn to stay in. This included those from Luoyang. It took 2 days to drive from Luoyang to Chang'an. At that time, Li Yi traveled from Luoyang to Xian by hour. The road was good and short, so it was fine to drive. Today, Princess Yongmu sold facial masks in bamboo tubes. They were cream and were good for the skin. There was honey, elm bark powder, and 30% powder. The 30% powder naturally referred to the wheat flour, which was very white. There was also egg white for short-term use. It was used on the same day, and the amount was small. If it was left for a long time, the egg white would spoil. There were many kinds of things. All kinds of fruits and vegetables were pasted on the face. Honey, elm bark powder, 30% powder, and egg white were used as adhesives. The little guy wanted to come out to play, so Li Yi took him with him. Guazi was in charge of driving. He carried an assault rifle, a pistol, and a throwing knife. Next to him was a sniper rifle and a bow. Bullets could not turn, unless it was a special bullet with other power systems. The bow could turn. The feathers behind the arrows in Guazi's quiver were different. He trimmed them himself. They could turn without trimming the tail feathers, but the range was too small. Guazi's pupils were slightly dilated when he was driving, which was the most sensitive way to capture some moving things. He was thinking about where each arrow was placed in the quiver and what the tail feathers looked like. If someone attacked and hid behind a thin wall, he could shoot through it with a sniper rifle. Hiding behind a wooden board, the assault rifle was shot. Zhuangzi's guards accompanied him. They played various roles and scattered around. The winged knights staggered on the horse to ensure that at least 3 people were guarding at any angle. Li Yi didn't even need to do this when he went out, but the key was that the little fellow had to follow him. The little guy was the foundation of the country. He was only 3 years old, but he was already smart and quick-witted. He was well-mannered and strong. Eat your own food, wipe your own mouth, bathe yourself, dress yourself, wash your own handkerchief and socks. He could also help the adults light the stove, gather firewood, cook rice, wash rice, and add water. It was just that the amount of water added was either too much or too little. Occasionally recite a poem or 2 and show concern for others. The members of the imperial clan and the ministers could not find any fault with it. Not to mention the foundation of the country. How many children from ordinary families could do it? When he was 2 or 3 years older, he would cook for adults, wash clothes, cut grass, and pick vegetables like the children of poor families. Of course, he didn't need to make it his life. He only needed to know how to do it. Everyone, don't be nervous. Don't injure or kill by mistake, Li Yi shouted to the crowd. He was worried that everyone would be too nervous and that someone else's actions would be mistaken as an assassination attempt. Princess Yongmu arrived at the place, got off the car, and entered Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion with a group of maids and Xiaolan. The guards sat outside. The strong women who were more masculine than men were in place. Although they were strong, their faces were relatively beautiful. The building next to them began to prepare. Otherwise, why would they open for business for 2 days every 10 days? The security guards were really too tired. There were noble women lining up, and some with children were using baby carriers. Generally, this kind of situation was because there was internal strife in the family. They were not at ease leaving their children at home. If they were killed, what was the use of killing them? They still needed to find evidence. I'll come over for lunch at noon. I'll take a walk first. Li Yi bid farewell to Princess Yongmu. Be careful. Princess Yongmu waved her hand. Li Yi carried the little guy and walked forward. His ambulance followed beside him. The surrounding people saw them and cupped their fists. The seller put down the tools in his hands and cupped his fists as well. The people looked at the people around them when they greeted them. They were suspicious of everyone. The people of the capital government already knew that there were many people who wanted to kill Li Dongzhu. Therefore, they did not go forward at all. They stood in place. When someone came close, they reached out and pulled them back. Guizi did not drive the ambulance. He went up to the roof and squatted on it alone. The people found that the situation was not right. The reaction of Li Dongzhu's bodyguards today was different from usual. They looked at the child in Li Yi's arms. This child was too cute. He looked like a girl. He had long eyelashes and a small pink face. It made people want to kiss him. Li Dongzhu's child. Impossible. I've never heard of Li Dongzhu getting married. If he got married, everyone would know. Looking at the way he dresses, he looks like a boy. Why does he look like a girl? He smiled. He looks more like a girl when he smiles. Don't go forward. Look at the winged knights. They're about to raise their bows. Disperse. Li Dongzhu is not a rare thing. It's not easy for him to come out. Don't disturb him. Li Dongzhu is not a thing. You dare to scold Li Dongzhu? The people said and dispersed. At the same time, they looked at who stayed and looked at each other with a different gaze. Li Yi carried the little fellow and strolled around the East Market. The people at the stalls spread out their hands, cupped their fists, raised their hands, and so on. They all had the same meaning. We are not holding weapons. The butcher placed the handles of the knives on the table, facing outwards. He took 5 steps back and raised his palms to his shoulders. Everyone could see that the child was the most important thing. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu's bodyguards would not be like this. I'm injured. The little fellow's head turned back and forth. Suddenly, he pointed at a person's left forearm. There was a scratch there that had not completely scabbed over. Then come over here. I'll take a look at your arm. Li Yi immediately shouted to the person. Li Dongzhu, I've washed it with soap. The person did not dare to go over. Dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at him. It's okay. I'll take a look. Li Yi spoke again. Just go. There's pus. Li Dongzhu will take a look at it, and you're still being unreasonable. Go. If it gets serious, how are you going to feed your family? You don't want to go over. Do you have a guilty conscience? The people around tried to persuade him. The person thought for a moment and simply took off his shirt. He was originally wearing a vest. Now he was bare-chested. He wanted to tell the others that he did not have a weapon on him. He walked over. Li Yi handed the little fellow to the person next to him. It was the Zhuangzi's bodyguard. The bodyguard took the child and took 2 steps back. The 3 winged knights stood in front, left and right. Behind them was the car. Li Yi looked at the man's arm. Isn't it already infected? I'll remove the scab and clean it again. After the wound is healed, there will be a shallow pit. Li Yi turned and went into the car. He took out a medical kit, and the winged knights beside him held it with both hands. Li Yi took out scissors and tweezers. First, he used the tweezers to pick out the alcohol cotton from the alcohol cotton bottle to disinfect the scissors. The scissors gently held the alcohol cotton, and the tweezers rubbed on it. The people around them craned their necks to see, but they did not catch up. Chapter 1076. Li Yi began to remove the scab. The surrounding skin was not completely tightened. At the same time, the scab was very thin. Body fluid and pus oozed out. In this case, not only was it more painful, but there were bacteria under the scab itself, so it could not be cleaned. Li Yi took the scissors and slowly separated it around. When he saw that it was almost done, he pinched it with the tweezers and removed it with a swish. The injured person did not respond at all, so he just watched. He did not pay attention to the pain at all. He was secreting a lot of adrenaline at the moment and was in a state of excitement. He thought that he was injured and the wound had pus. Li Dongzhu actually treated him personally. Li Dongzhu also said that it would leave a scar. It was good to have a scar. In the future, he could tell others that it was Li Dongzhu who treated him. If Li Dongzhu did not treat him, his arm would be disabled or even dead. Li Yi did not know what the other party was thinking. He put down the scissors and tweezers, took a new pair of tweezers, and began to wipe with iodophor. He had to wipe it clean. After cleaning, he stopped. "What kind of work do you do?" Li Yi asked. "Carry the work, mainly to deliver meat." The person replied, "That won't do. The wound area is too big. Don't look at it as superficial. The weather is hot now. You go to earthly paradise first and help deliver the food. I won't bandage you." Li Yi continued to apply iodophor. For this kind of injury, if there was not much bacteria, it was best to light it and not bandage it. It should not be wet or suitable for delivering meat. If it was a little deeper, it would have to be bandaged. It needed to be bandaged frequently in the summer. At that time, when he gave medical advice, he would tell the other party not to touch water, not to touch other living things, not to use this arm, and to come back tomorrow to change the bandage. He was a doctor, so he could only say such things. Now was not the time. He solved the work, which was beyond the scope of a doctor's responsibility. Like Shaoqin, he helped to beat the suspect and asked Shaoqin to do it together. Now he was not only responsible for treatment, but also for solving work problems during the treatment. Li Yi knew that if the other party did not move the meat, the wound would not be like this. "Got it, Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu, can you let me kowtow to you?" The man was not stupid. He understood. What's the use of kowtowing? Tomorrow, go to the Li family Zhuangzi and find me to change your bandages. Everyone, do you see that? After you're injured, try not to touch living things. If you want to touch them, do it when there's salt. Li Yi was talking about normal work. Chefs were not, especially apprentices. It was normal to cut one's hand. Which chef wouldn't get hurt? As long as the kitchen's hygiene was good enough and there was constant running water, under normal circumstances, the healing process would be slow and the chances of contracting tetanus would be very low. Moving meat was a different situation, as it did not come into contact with salt or running water. Under normal circumstances, the water in the kitchen would flow nonstop. Whenever the wok was cleaned, water would be added when cooking, and there would even be a basin to collect the water. Someone came over to talk to the injured man about the delivery. "Hold me." Seeing that the matter was over, the little boy quickly opened his arms and shouted to Li Yi. He was in Li Yi's arms and could see the outside. Being held by someone else, the surrounding area was blocked. When Li Yi took him back, the little boy revealed a smile. In fact, he wanted to walk on the ground and be pulled by others. But when he saw the surrounding situation, he felt it was different from when he was in Zhuangzi. "Do you want to eat fried stewed meat?" Li Yi also ate sea urchin egg soup, a steamed bun, and some cucumber pickles in the morning. He got up early and didn't drink water. His stomach was not active, so he couldn't eat too much. Under normal circumstances, he would drink 200 milliliters of water after waking up and then continue to lie on the ground for half an hour. He would go to the toilet, take a shower, and brush his teeth. When he ate, he could eat more to replenish his body's water and secrete more saliva and gastric juice. He was a little hungry. The little boy got up early like him today and even dozed off when eating. There was a place to fry all kinds of things nearby. The recipe of the stewed meat was written in the newspaper by him, but the price was not expensive. Without 20 to 30 times the profit, it was about 5 times the profit. It was too difficult to make more money by selling other meat skewers. The little boy smacked his lips and said, "I'm thirsty." Li Dongzhu, I have cucumbers here. Two stalls separated by two aisles, where a vegetable seller shouted. As he shouted, he picked 3 cucumbers and ran over. They had flowers on the top and thorns on them. I'll squeeze the juice for you. Smell it. Li picked up a cucumber and put it in front of the little boy's nose. Delicious. The little boy inhaled and nodded. Li took the little boy into the car to wash the cucumbers and squeeze the juice. When he came out, the little boy was holding a bowl with both hands. The cucumbers here are good. The buttocks are tender. Li pointed at the stall and said. The other party cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you. In a word, he could close the stall earlier today, and the price could be 10 to 20% higher, but not too much. He could go back before noon, buy 200 grams of meat and help his wife with the chores. He could have a meal at noon and eat dumplings in the evening. I think the stewed meat skewers in your stall is quite good. Fry it, but not too much. Li said to the stall owner who was waiting anxiously beside him. Okay. The stall owner picked up another piece of stewed meat skewers, cut off the surrounding parts, and cut the middle part into small pieces and fried them in the oil pan. You put the surrounding parts in as well. That one has a chewy head. Li just wanted to eat the harder stewed meat skewers. How could you cut it down? Okay, I made a mistake. The stall owner hurriedly threw the chopped meat skewers into the pan. You should put some pepper noodles and sweet sauce on the skewers. Look, you only put a little salt now. Read the newspaper tomorrow. I'll write that it's not suitable to put chili oil for the time being. The cost is too high. Put something else. Li saw a newspaper beside the stall owner. Today's news was written in the newspaper. Put the sauce. The little guy said again. There's cherry sauce. I'll let you dip it in it later. Li nodded to cooperate with the little guy. The little guy was really happy. He handed the small bowl to Li. Li took a sip. Delicious. He. The little guy was even happier. The little guy didn't know that he was enjoying a top-notch education. Many children gave something that they thought was very interesting to their parents, such as picking up a leaf. Most parents either didn't care or told their children to throw it away because it was dirty. If the little guy picked up a leaf, Li would communicate with the little guy very seriously about the leaf. Of course, he wouldn't teach the veins of the leaf now. Instead, he would put the leaf in different angles and try to show the visual beauty as much as possible. This was education. Think clearly, why do you want a child? What is the position of the child? Is it to treat the child as a toy and think that the child belongs to you? I've done something for you, so you have to listen to me, just like raising a puppy? If that's the case, then don't have a child. An individual of the same kind is not a toy, not a pet, and does not belong to anyone. Li was not like that. The little guy was willing to play with him because he regarded the little guy as an independent existence of the same kind. He had enough energy to slowly correct the little guy's mistakes, not through the most direct method, such as beating and scolding. Beating and scolding were sometimes very useful. The parents who supported the family didn't have much time to use other means. Chapter 10:77. Li felt that when it came to beating and scolding children, they needed an environment and habits. The people around them were beating and scolding children, but the children who were being beaten and scolded did not care. Or perhaps they had been beaten and scolded since they were young, so they were used to it. If they made a mistake and were not beaten, they would think that something was wrong. After the beating, they had to tell the child why they were beaten and could not vent their anger on the child. If they were not beaten and scolded in the surrounding environment, they would not beat the child very often. Suddenly one day, because of something, they felt uncomfortable. Beating and scolding the child was a form of venting. The child could not think straight and knew that other children would jump off a building to fight back. So he followed suit and jumped. Raising a child was not an easy thing. Children needed encouragement and recognition. If their grades were not good, they would find the reason. It was not the result of beating and scolding directly. Parents would think about it and take the simplest measures to force the child to improve his grades. Generally, the effect would be very poor. When the child improved in his studies, they would praise the child and tell the child how much respect a certain scientist had received. They would work hard and become such a respected person in the future. They could not compare with other children. If other children did this and that, they would be finished. Also, they were too modest. When others praised your child before they finished, they would directly say that he was not good enough. When the child wanted to buy something, they could buy it directly and the child would be happy after buying it. If they did not buy it, the child would not buy it, even if he cried to death. They could not let the child walk out, crying for a distance, suddenly compromise, and then come back to buy it. After buying it, the child would not be happy, but he would understand the importance of resistance and would persist for a longer time next time. Li Yi adopted various strategies for Zhuangzi's child. He allowed parents to beat the child, but they had to control the position and strength of the beating. Most of the time, he provided a good learning atmosphere and set aside time for play. While playing, he recited things or taught the child to use his hands and brain. The little boy did not know what kind of teacher he had met. Anyway, he was very happy all day. The only worry was when he could grow up and be like an older child, like an adult. After eating a few fried stews, the little boy wanted to walk on his own. He did not drink the cucumber juice and let him walk around holding his little hand. He did not have the chance to come into contact with the most real people, so everything he saw was strange. Little spring onion, 1 dime. Look, the sand has been knocked out. The spring onion stall was on the ground and someone shouted. When he saw Li Yi, he quickly stood up to keep a distance. How do you give me a dime? Li wondered. Ticket money, there are dimes and cents. You can buy it with this. 10 dimes for 1 coin. The scallion seller took out a small amount of ticket money. Come on, let's pick some spring onions. Li Yi asked the little fellow for her opinion. Okay. The little guy took it as a game and let him choose. Li Yi patiently taught the little fellow how to pick out a small bundle of onions. Li Yi prepared to take out some money and told the child that he had to pay for things. In the end, the little guy took out a 1-cent bill from his pocket. He looked at it and asked, "Is this okay?" "Wash the handkerchief and give me money," the little fellow said proudly. "All right, give me change." Li Yi said to the seller, "It's free. Take it away." The scallion seller shook his head and waved his hand. "No, I'm teaching a child. You have to pay when you buy things." Li Yi refused. The scallion seller had no choice but to take it and fine 90 cents. The little fellow was pleasantly surprised when he saw that he got a lot of money in exchange for 1 note. "I'll buy another one." The little fellow decided to make a fortune. "If you buy another one, you can only take 1 out and give it to someone else. He won't give us any money. 10 of these for 1. Li guessed. The little fellow was stunned for a while and then stretched out his little hand. 3 first-class houses for 1 second-class house. He was talking about the game he played with other children. The house had to be rented, and he always made mistakes when playing. It was difficult to calculate, but he was working hard to learn. While speaking, he put away 3 fingers. After hesitating for a while, he opened another finger to show 3. "That's right. Take the spring onions and the money, and wash your hands in the car." With Li Yi's help, the little fellow put the money neatly 1 by 1 and stuffed it into his pocket. After getting on the car, Li Yi didn't wander around the East Market. He didn't want to disturb other people's business and went directly to the south of the city. At the source of the Yellow River, Zhang Shaosong was building a simple wooden shed and hunting animals for meat. He was waiting for Guo Zhiyun's team to make enough rafts. He believed that the other party would cooperate. He took Zhang Zhongliang's 3-man hot air balloon team. When the other party couldn't wait for his horse to arrive, as long as the other party wasn't stupid, they would know what to do. Without supplies, we can only find our own way. Try to eat as much meat as possible and leave behind the precious compressed biscuits. Tubo has just been defeated and is unstable internally. The people who originally lived in Juku, Zhang Shaosong ate a roasted lamb leg and said to a group of young soldiers, "The lamb was a blue sheep. It wasn't farmed and didn't taste very good, but everyone enjoyed it." He was estimating the enemy's mentality. Zasikas finally ran back with less than 300 horses to reorganize the tribes. The tribes were based on Qianhu. During the war, the cattle, sheep, women, and children raised by the rear couldn't be taken care of. The old man would probably be the first to charge and die first. There were more choices in the battle. They could directly harass the enemy's rear and force the enemy to call back for reinforcements. Or they could attack the enemy's central tent and chase after Zasikas to provide the military forces of the Tang dynasty with an opportunity to cross the river. The first method required dividing the troops. Each team would attack and harass a tribe so that the enemy couldn't distinguish the exact number of troops. The requirements for the young soldiers were high. The young soldiers must successfully contain the main forces of the tribes while preserving their own men. As long as the main forces were mobilized, Guo would understand the situation. It would depend on whether Guo chose to cross the river or make a breakthrough. Originally, we didn't need to fight this battle. I took the initiative to bring you out. Do you regret it? Zhang Shaosong suddenly asked after he finished talking about the tactical deployment. The young soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. They didn't answer. They were already here. If they died, they would be unlucky. Their families hoped that the Tang dynasty could take care of them. If they were lucky enough to survive, they would be promoted and lead their families to live a good life. Since they had become soldiers, it was useless to complain. As a deserter, unless they never went home, they would rather die if they were recognized. As long as we occupy the entire Yellow River Basin, Li Yi will have a way to make a lot of money. He won't treat our families badly. Zhang Shaosong said some encouraging words and mentioned Li Yi. Li Yi knew how to make money and was good to the soldiers. When he fought the Southwest barbarians, he directly gave the soldiers subsidies and asked Shu to send things. As expected, the young soldiers smiled. They were relieved and left the rest to God. After eating, go hunting. Rub the skin with grass and wood ashes. At night, take turns to use it as bedding. It's colder here after the rain. Zhang Shaosong quickened his eating speed. He needed to continue to consider the details of the battle to reduce casualties. Chapter 1078. In the middle of the night, it started to drizzle again. Zhang Shaosong and the other soldiers were huddled in a shack made of wood, branches, and leather. A drainage ditch was dug next to them. Everyone ate cold barbecue and waited patiently for dawn to come. They sent the horses all the way. They didn't bring any military tents and didn't need them. They ran after a fight and used guerrilla warfare. Carrying too many things would affect their speed. The horses had alcohol, compressed biscuits, arrows, horse ingredients, and medicine. They were elites and could deal with all kinds of difficulties. While they were resting under the shack, an even more elite troop was on their way. 3,000 winged knights, led by Fan Fan, came to find Zhang Shaosong. Previously, when he went to Longyu to ask around, he didn't see anyone there. His hot air balloon was also stolen, along with his people. Thus, Fan Fan replenished his supplies and continued to lead the troop forward. During the day, there were more than 50,000 horses moving forward. The rain could soak away the footprints, but the tracks left by the horses couldn't disappear. There was also the horse feces and urine. The horses in his troop could smell it. By observing the situation of the grass and feces, he knew that the distance was shortening. In order to deliver the goods in time, he chose to rest for an hour and rush through the night. The rain didn't affect the people in the troop. The people in front lit up the kerosene lamps, and the horses followed behind. They wore military jackets made of cotton and brushed with tung oil. The duck down in the military jackets didn't have a hard stem. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi couldn't wear such clothes. They were specially made for the winged knights. There weren't many of them, so it wasn't enough for everyone. The military jackets were buttoned and the hats were put on. Only the front of their faces were exposed. The rain fell freely. At worst, their faces would get wet. At night, the horses didn't run fast. The people riding on them could relax a little and even take a nap. The 3,000 people tried their best to take turns to lead the way. The heads of the people behind slowly swayed, but they didn't fall off. It's about time. Let's take a break and let the horses rest. They should have run 150 kilometers. The people in front with the lamps observed the horses and found that they were a little tired. They quickly stopped. Everyone came down and unloaded their things to the side. More kerosene lamps were lit and people carried them away. The horse followed and noticed that there was grass on the ground. It stopped and lowered its head to eat. The other horses continued to follow. After eating the grass, the horse shook the rainwater off its body, stood there, closed its eyes, and went to sleep. If it was not raining, the horse would choose to lie down, regardless of whether it was grass or sand. Of course, the best place was the stable. There was hay in the stable, and the horses were usually willing to sleep on their stomachs after training. 2 hours later, the winged knights began to put things on the horses. The horses opened their eyes and prepared to set off. The sound of horse hooves stepping on the grass with water could be heard, and the sound of the hooves converged together to form a rumbling sound. When the sky began to brighten, the rain did not stop. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaosong's team got up and lit up the hay they had collected and stored in the shack. While they were warming up, they also heated up the leftover barbecued meat from yesterday. At this moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. Some people didn't care about the water on the ground. They directly lay down and pressed their ears to the ground to listen. Others took out earphones and pressed them to the ground to listen. At the same time, they reported, "To the east about 15 li, the sound of the rain is too loud. Get on the horses! Get on the horses! Prepare for battle!" Shouts rose and fell. The 10,000 elite cavalry began to hang things on the horses. The meat that they had not eaten was stuffed into their clothes. They mounted on the horses and gathered. Bows were taken and arrows were nocked. Some were waiting, some were riding back. Each group had 200 people and more than 1,000 horses. All the groups were moving, jogging, circling, letting the horses get used to it. They were ready to speed up at any time. The 10 groups split up and headed east. After they ran for 300 steps, another 10 groups followed. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two sides could see each other through the curtain of rain. The binoculars were useful even in the rain. "Go back and report, winged knights." The front group turned their horses around and sped back. When they came just now, they were not fast. They were afraid of tiring the horses. The other Anshi provincial governor's cavalry ran over to ask about the situation. "Why are you here? Are you lost?" The Hashi provincial governor and Longyu provincial governor's troops are in Juku, southeast. A battalion commander shouted to the winged knights, "We asked you to come and give you something. We're afraid you'll be at a disadvantage." The people next to the winged knights shouted back, "Your baggages troops now?" "Yes, the troops that the enemy likes to bully. We're very afraid. We're afraid that Tubo will attack the baggages troops." "I believe you. I know that you winged knights don't have any fighting ability. Protect us when we go to the battlefield." "Okay, we'll protect you from the back. Don't worry and charge forward. Don't be afraid." "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's what we should do." The two sides chatted happily. They were like old friends who had known each other for a long time. Everyone was happy. The winged knights had been found. Their mission was complete. The Anshi soldiers felt safer. They had something, and at the same time there were so many winged knights. Seeing the winged knights riding 4 horses, the Tibetan army didn't encounter the baggage. It was Tubo's good fortune. If the 10,000 to 20,000 Tibetan army soldiers were discovered by the winged knights, there would only be one outcome if they couldn't meet up with the other Tubo troops within a day. If there were 20,000 Tubo cavalry, 10,000 would probably be able to make it back. The Anchi soldiers heard from the Longyu provincial governor that the winged knight's arrows had a longer range than normal. The longer range was more annoying. As long as there were enough arrows, the other side would be in a passive state. In terms of riding skills, everyone was about the same. In terms of horses, the winged knights were also good horses. The winged knights slowed down. They dismounted and led their horses on the ground. "Ride our horses. Our horses have rested for the night." "No, let's walk. We've been riding for too long. We almost can't walk." "You haven't rested." Military intelligence is like fire. We're used to it. We can take a nap on the horse. Your military coats are soaked, right? Are they heavy? Eiderdown is waterproof. It's light and warm. The Anchi soldiers stopped chatting. They couldn't continue. The winged knights were the best in everything. You deserved to not sleep. If you couldn't endure it, how could you enjoy the best things? On the other side, Zhang Xiaosong's troops arrived. Report: 3,000 winged knights. Each person is riding 4 horses. The horses are carrying many things. We didn't ask who the general is. Are you sure it's the winged knights? Zhang Xiaosong's spirits were lifted. Yes, they're all wearing military coats and tactical backpacks. Many of them are carrying binoculars, the battalion commander replied. Order everyone to return. The winged knights have sent us something. Zhang Xiaosong smiled. He had thought that he would be fighting alone. He hadn't even dared to dream of having baggage. In the end, the winged knights had sent him military supplies. This was a powerful lineup. Chapter 1079. Come, let's eat something hot. We winged knights know how to cook. Dong Zhu said that the best soldiers should be cooks. The winged knights were cooking for the Anchi soldiers. They brought a lot of canned food, compressed biscuits, kerosene, and diesel. The main things were explosives and fuses. The Anchi soldiers were overjoyed when they saw so many explosives. They knew how to use them. These things were easy to use. The fuses were bundled together. With these things, it was much more convenient than finding fuses themselves. The things were wrapped in waterproof material. While they were moving the things, the winged knights started to cook. The winged knights brought kerosene burners. They did not use them to cook. There were a total of 100 burners and another 100 pressure cookers. They did not use them during the journey. They only ate compressed biscuits and did not touch the canned food. They wanted to feed their brothers who were fighting in front. Everyone picked wild vegetables, mushrooms, and barbecued meat from yesterday in the rain and cooked them in the pressure cookers. The mushrooms did not need to be fried. The temperature was high enough. Dried ginger, pepper, and some black bean sauce were ready for everyone to eat. The Anchi soldiers tasted it and found that it was hotter than boiling water themselves. It was like boiling water in Anchi. They looked envious. What else did the winged knights not have? Brother, pepper? Yes, we brought you a lot. Dong Zhu said that no matter how expensive pepper is, can it be more expensive than the lives of the soldiers? Li Dongzhu really said that. Why would I lie to you? Rest until tomorrow. We will send 200 people back to confirm your location. We will leave marks on the road. After that, Dongzhu will continue to send people to deliver things. Dongzhu said that wherever the soldiers are, there will be logistics. If you can fight to the ends of the earth, the logistics of the Ba Shui army will be able to send you to the ends of the earth. That's so exciting. Li Dongzhu must have spent a lot of money, right? Dongzhu has made a lot of money recently. There are a lot of rich people in the Tang dynasty. They only buy expensive things. If it's cheap, they won't accept it. Then why don't they just pay like Li Dongzhu? Why should they donate? Dongzhu is different from them. The bigger the territory of the Tang dynasty, the fewer casualties and the happier Dongzhu will be. Are the things on the pots the same as the hot air balloons? Yes, that's why we can't keep it. We'll take it back after the war. We'd rather destroy it than let the enemy learn it. It's the same with our binoculars. We can't run away if we find anything, so we'll smash the binoculars first. Actually, we don't use them. Pick one or two of them can't be used. 2. To bully people. To bully people. To bully people. To bully them. To bully use to bulto bully to both. And to eat to be to eat to eat to eat to be to eat. To everyone. To fight to be to fight to be to send to be used to be to people to be sent to send to them to be to soldiers to people to be operated to do it to troops to be to be to be to be to do to be to be to do to be to soldiers. Now it was thousands of miles. The winged knights didn't rest or sleep. They decided their speed based on the condition of the horses. In the shack, Zhang Shaosong was eating with Fan Fan. Zhang Shaosong was looking at Fan Fan. After a while he asked, "Aren't you sleepy?" "It's okay. At night, we can sleep on the horses. When the horses rest, we can quickly sleep." "It's so happy." Fan Fan's condition was indeed normal. "You can't sleep well, right?" Zhang Shaosong didn't believe him. "Good. It's much better than when Dong Zhu brought them to play. At least we don't have to do all kinds of training anymore." When Fan Fan mentioned this, he trembled and felt his heart twitching. Zhang Shaosong was surprised. "Is the training more uncomfortable than coming here to deliver things?" "Oh my God! What's the big deal about delivering things?" Later on, we were the ones who trained the winged knights. Because we didn't know the situation, we didn't dare to train to death. We were the first batch. Don't ask. I don't want to remember. Anyway, we can't even faint. Pour cold water on us and continue training. Do you want to die? After Fan Fan finished speaking, he hurriedly drank a mouthful of hot soup to warm his heart. Zhang Shaosong also ate a mouthful of soup and said understandingly, "Once you're in, you can't leave unless you die. It's not easy." "No, you can leave. You can leave at any time. Dongzhu might not allow soldiers who leave. Even if they stay, they won't be loyal." "Why don't you leave?" "How can I leave? My family is enjoying the benefits. It's easy for me to leave, but how can I tell others when I go home? It's better to die in Li family Zhuangzi. My family will continue to enjoy the benefits. So that's the case. If it were me, I would probably hold on." Zhang Shaosong was even more understanding. When he felt the warmth in his heart from Li Yi's gifts, he also discovered another side of Li Yi. Fan Fan nodded. "Yes, that's why everyone from back then stayed. Dongzhu stayed with us. This is the reason why we respect Dongzhu." He recalled the situation back then. Li stayed with them. As long as someone collapsed, he would immediately rescue them. After they woke up, they would rest for a while and train again. If someone really died and couldn't be rescued, how much pressure would Li Yi have to endure? Can the logistics take it? I'm asking about the money. Now Li is paying for it, right? Zhang Shaosong began to consider how to fight the battle with logistics. With logistics, why take the risk and send a large number of explosives? This thing was too useful. The imperial court has money. Dongzhu said that he doesn't need it for the time being. He just needs to earn millions of yuan. In the future, this kind of pressure cooker will be a good thing. Fan Fan said as he drank another mouthful of soup. What he was stewing in this pot was a pheasant, and she soldier ran out and came back when he heard the order. He saw a pheasant and brought it back for Zhang Shaosong. The pheasant was in the pot. He added mushrooms and steamed it in the pressure cooker. It was cooked quickly and delicious. Zhang Shaosong ate a mushroom. "You guys stay? Send 200 people back to report. After that, there will be things sent over. The others will stay and participate in the battle. When the next batch comes, they will go back. I will stay and lead the next batch of brothers." Fan Fan's words made his goal clear. The winged knights wanted to train their soldiers. The winged knights were not flower vases. They were like the 1,000 bull guards and golden guards of the past. The weapons that the 1,000 bull guards were using were all real weapons. They belonged to the category of soldiers that relied on others. They were tall and handsome. Now, they were using sword guards. The things they held were very heavy and they swung around with ease. Looking at the things they swung and smashed down, the enemy would raise their blades to block them. They would all be smashed to the ground. Zhang Shaosong narrowed his eyes. Those 200 people going back, did they fight in the past? Sangzhou. At that time, dozens of winged knights died. We didn't fight well, so we need to train more. Fan admitted. Can I command you on the battlefield? Zhang Shaosong asked about the issue of command. Yes, you can. If you want us to charge and break through enemy lines, we will obey. However, we brought lighters, kerosene lighters. When we run, the enemy cavalry will chase after us. We ignited the explosives and threw them on the ground. We deliberately brought fuses to judge the enemy's speed. Everyone train. Fan agreed to hand over command. He didn't believe that Zhang Shaosong would really let them break through enemy lines. Why would archers charge through enemy lines? Why not switch to heavy cavalry and rely on their armor and inertia to break through enemy lines? Chapter 1080. Your arrows have a long range. Zhang Shaosong was relieved. He was afraid that the winged knights would not listen and run away. If they were in danger, should he save them? If he saved them, he might cause his brothers to die. If he did not save them, others would say that he caused the death of the winged knights. Actually, our bows are also stronger. We were selected based on archery. Our arms are strong, and at the same time the feeling of shooting is better. Fan emphasized that the winged knights' bows were stronger than other people's bows. Our bows are also strong. Cavalry bows are not as strong as infantry bows, but they are not too far off. Using the impact, the arrows can fly over. Zhang Shaosong emphasized that his elite cavalry was also strong. Here are the arrows. Fan was more straightforward. You can use them. No, you can keep them. Zhang Shaosong refused. Dongzhu specially brought arrows for you. Each person gets 100 arrows. Use them wisely. Fan smiled. You thought of this too? Zhang Shaosong was surprised. Otherwise, why would each person ride 4 horses? We have been running for almost 4 days. If we ride 3 horses normally, we will definitely arrive in 3 days. We can complete 1,000 li raid in a day and night. It is a raid, not a rush. There are too many things, so the horses can't run too fast. But the horses are good. They can run at normal speed. My heart aches. Fan said proudly. 1,000 li raid. When they arrived at the destination, the horses could still run a few sprints. Zhang Shaosong did not know what to say. This logistics was the best in the world. Whatever you can think of, the Ba Shui army has already thought of. What you can't think of, they will help you think of. If he was anxious and went to fight first, the winged knights would probably track down his troops by this time tomorrow and help him fight. This is the first time I see that the strongest soldiers are the baggage soldiers. Zhang Shaosong suddenly laughed. The strongest soldiers are the cooks. Dongzhu said there is a cooks called the Rabbit Army. 40 miles of cross-country, running with heavy equipment. The cookery soldiers had the heaviest load, so they carried the pot on their back. When they ran, the cookery soldier ran at the front. By the time they reached the place, the other soldiers had run out of energy. At this time, the cooking pots and stoves were ready to cook. After a while, the other soldiers had caught their breaths, and everyone started to eat. Our Baishui Legion will do this. When you need logistics, we will provide you with them. If you can't handle the enemy, we will help you kill them. Fan did not feel that it was shameful to be a baggage soldier. We are that kind of logistics. We are the Ba Shui Legion. Zhang Shaosong, the famous general, was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out. Since the logistics department was so good, why would they want to be a logistics department? Shouldn't he be at the front? However, he had to admit that the logisticians who came today were indeed impressive. When he was cooking, he was very skilled at cutting meat. There was also the cleaning of the wild vegetables and the handling of the mushrooms. The stewed wild chicken and mushrooms in the pot in front of him was personally handled by Fan Fan, killing the chicken, letting out its blood, plucking its feathers, digging out its innards, and decomposing it. Most importantly, the chicken blood was also left behind to be made into blood tofu. It was said that the chicken but could be eaten as long as a string was removed. It was fat and fragrant. He even lamented that the conditions were not good enough and that he could not braise the chicken offal. Otherwise, it would be best served as a side dish. Zhang Shaosong pondered and picked up a piece of blood tofu to eat. Commander Fan, do you usually practice cooking? Dong Zhu said that food is the most important thing for people, and food safety is the most important thing. Dong Zhu is good at cooking. When we were in the Li family Zhuangzi, we looked for opportunities to learn and practice. In the wilderness, when it comes to survival, what can be eaten and what can't be eaten? Using the same amount of time to cook the same thing will make it taste better. The brothers will eat it to boost their morale. Am I right? Fan Fan explained the reason and purpose of learning to cook. Yes, Zhang Shaosong admitted. That was right. He had experienced it himself. For the same thing, eating a mouthful of it would give a different feeling. It was raining outside, but he was relaxed. He was hiding behind the enemy lines and actually had delicious chicken and mushrooms. The other soldiers probably felt it the most. The logisticians were here. They had always been here. Moreover, this logistician was too strong. The two of them ate a few more mouthfuls. Zhang Shaosong stopped to eat the dry pancakes that the Wing Knights had brought from Longyu. After soaking in the soup, the pancakes that had absorbed the soup were fragrant and chewy. He lamented, Commander Fan, in the Li family Zhuangzi, you can eat this kind of meat stew every meal, right? What? Fan Fan was stunned. Then he shook his head vigorously. Inspector Zhang, don't you know what the Li family Zhuangzi eats? We went to the cafeteria to eat. There were dozens of dishes, and we could choose from them. Is this considered breakfast? There were fewer stir-fried dishes. They were all mixed dishes and cold dishes. There were cowpea pickled vegetables, garlic cucumbers, garlic eggplants, mixed shredded cabbage, watermelon inner skin, meat jelly, fried fish. There were steamed buns, shumai rolls, youtiao, zhajiang noodles, fried cakes, wontons, egg pancakes, bagels. There were also tofu pudding, soy milk, cow and goat milk, many kinds of porridge, many kinds of soup, egg custard, fruit juice. At first, Fan Fan only wanted to say that the Li family Zhuangzi ate good food. As he spoke, he became addicted. He introduced the Li family Zhuangzi's breakfast. Zhang Shaosong was speechless. There were many things that he had never heard of. Was there a need to prepare so many things for breakfast? Could it be that he couldn't eat the dry porridge and some pickled vegetables? He didn't believe it and asked, What if I want to eat dumplings? It depends on whether it's steamed or boiled. Tell the kitchen that it's boiled faster. If it's steamed, ask the others if they want to eat it together. It's steamed anyway. Fan Fan told the truth. He saw that the Li family Zhuangzi's people had gotten off work in the early hours of the morning. A group of people wanted to eat something and discussed it with the kitchen. The kitchen had to prepare everything. The key was that if you wanted to eat steamed dumplings alone, how would they prepare a drawer for you? Put the dumplings in the drawer? It was different. Steamed buns were made of dough, while dumplings were made of dead dough. There was a difference in the steaming time. The steamed dumplings were easy to handle. After they were wrapped, they just had to be placed in the pot for cooking noodles. Zhang Shaosong didn't know why, but he felt angry and wanted to argue. I want to eat fried dumplings. Fried in water or fried in oil. Fried in water is made of dough. In Zhuangzi it's called fried buns, but it's in the shape of dumplings. Fried in oil is actually steamed dumplings that are left for the next day to be fried. There are also steamed buns that are cut into slices and fried. Steamed dumplings are also fine, but fried dumplings don't taste good because they contain a lot of water. When fried, the oil will leak out. It's usually not that important. Why are you making things difficult for the kitchen? Fan Fan had some understanding of this. He had eaten all kinds of Li family Zhuangzi's food and had even learned how to cook it himself. Zhang Shaosong was stupefied. After listening to Fan Fan's words, he finally understood that this was how Li family Zhuangzi did it. How could breakfast be so messed up? What about lunch and dinner? That's right. They eat 3 meals a day, not 2 meals. He wanted to go back to Chang and visit Li family Zhuangzi to see the situation there. More importantly, he wanted to see Li Yi. He knew what he ate in Huangqing in the past. It was definitely not as much as what Li family Zhuangzi had. Based on what you said, the logistics you sent to us is actually much worse than what Li family Zhuangzi usually has. It's nothing? Zhang Shaosong was angry and asked provocatively. Fan Fan nodded sincerely. That's right. Dong Zhu said that the soldiers at the front lines are working too hard and can't eat well. Even if he sent a lot of canned food, it's still not as good as what the people in the capital eat. It's precisely because the soldiers are working hard outside that the people have more peace inside. No matter how much food we give the soldiers at the front lines, it's not enough. Chapter 1081. Don't talk loudly. Take the horses away and feed them grass. Bring the grass we cut yesterday. This is great. We have so many bags of explosives and fuses. Take the lighters and run with the bags of explosives. When the enemy catches up, light them up and throw them on the ground. It's not a retreat. It's a tactical application. Ignite the bags of explosives. We should turn around and kill. Yes, coordinate the tactics well. Pretend to run and be ready to turn around and kill. Bring us 1,000,000 good arrows. Brothers, use them together. Bundle the grass into bags like explosives. The first few times we use the real ones, then we use the fake ones. Will Tubo's pursuit formation be messed up? Eat pepper and sweat. Add ginger powder and the cold rain. I don't care. There's also chili noodles. I heard it's very expensive. Li Dongzhu is willing to give us everything. And Shibing was busy chatting with the people around him. The winged knights were arranged to sleep in the shack. No matter how strong the winged knights were, they could not keep them in a high state of tension. And Shibing knew that the winged knights' training was not ordinary. They could fight at high intensity for a long time. Now that they were not fighting, he told them to have a good sleep. After that, a group of people left to report the news. The others would stay here and look for opportunities to fight. Zhang Shaosong was still carrying the chicken soup. He sent out the food in the other pots for the others to eat. The chicken soup in the military pot was not cold. There was a lot of oil, so it would not cool down in a short time. He looked at the busy soldiers. Their expressions were different from before. Previously, the soldiers thought that they were fighting a lone wolf strategy. There was no chance of survival. They could be considered as mourning soldiers. They were strong and fought to the death. What else was there to say? Now, the soldiers did not want to die. They were thinking about how to trick the enemy. They were thinking of ways to make use of the current resources. Zhang Shaosong found that the soldiers' fighting strength was higher than before. There were endless logistics. Why should they die? Everyone was actively thinking about how to lure the enemy into a trap. A mourning soldier is bound to win. It refers to the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. In fact, the current situation is the best. Zhang Shaosong looked at the soldiers working in the rain and murmured. Everything had changed because the winged knights had quickly arrived and brought a large number of things with them. This was the power of logistics. An army with logistics would have high morale, while an army without logistics would be in dire straits. Grief cannot last long, just like Shangwu Chang. There's no way to retreat. Give the Tubo tribes a chance to escape. As long as one of them escapes, it'll be enough. The winged knights came just in time. Zhang Shaosong turned his head to look at Fan Fan, who was sleeping soundly in the shack, and smiled. He knew that although this team was so tired that they were sleeping, the truth was that they could wake up and join the battle at any time. His elite cavalry was no match for the winged knights in terms of body and willpower. Zhang Shaosong could already imagine how cruel the training of the winged knights was. They were not allowed to sleep, and they were given a pitiful amount of food. At the same time, he had to complete the combat training mission, so he couldn't stop for even a moment. How strong was a person who felt like he had died once? Therefore, morning soldiers could not beat Shang soldiers. Shang soldiers would play all kinds of small tactics, while morning soldiers could only think of fighting with their lives. Tubo's morning soldiers would win if they fought with other soldiers. But against the Tang dynasty soldiers, it was impossible. The Tang dynasty soldiers were also not afraid of death. You can sacrifice your life, but I can't? It's just that you don't have good weapons. You can't do anything, but I have more ways. Why should I fight with you? Am I stupid? If you want to mourn, then go ahead. I don't care. Inspector, we've arranged everything. This time, we have many more ways to deal with the enemy, which is to deceive them and trick them. A young general ran over and took his position. Everyone was studying tactics and how to use the current large number of explosives to kill the enemy. Tubo's infantry had no advantage against the Tang dynasty's cavalry. They were doomed to be slaughtered. Archers were archers. As long as there were enough arrows, they could surround and kill continuously. No shield formation could block all of them. Once the infantry formation was weak and there were no spearmen, the cavalry could pierce through it. Once the infantry formation was pierced, it would immediately collapse. No troop could hold on. Zhang Shaosong thought so. What he didn't know was that there was a troop that was not afraid of this kind of piercing. Because in war, this troop was always pierced through when facing mechanized troops. If they pierced through, then so be it. Their strategic leap was large. If they pierced through, would they come back? Who cares if they came back or not? Taking advantage of the moonlight, they would use electronic silence to surround their rear. As long as they didn't deplete their strength, they would be able to fight back. This was the rabbit army that Fan Fan and Zhang Shaosong were talking about, the host mentioned by Zhang Shaosong was talking about. If you can't block it, the force of your attack is too great, you can pierce through it, but our army formation will not collapse. If the two sides of the pierced area closed, it would still be a formation. This was the rabbit army. If the Tang dynasty could stand shoulder to shoulder, there were now only two military forces, the Mo Dao army and the formation breaker. One was like a wall, facing death unflinchingly. The other was determined to die. Tubo didn't have the Mo Dao army, and they couldn't find the formation breaker. That was the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty could casually beat others and not lose one-on-one against the enemy cavalry. The troops of the Tang dynasty could still block the enemy cavalry, who said that infantry had to kneel in front of cavalry. The infantry of the Tang dynasty could make the enemy cavalry run around. Zhang Shaosong was happy and emotional. At noon, the rain stopped. It seemed that in an instant, the temperature changed from the cold of the night to the hot of the morning. Ordinary military forces couldn't stand it. Zhang Shaosong's soldiers had no problem. They had a weather change like eating watermelons with a stove. The winged knights didn't care. Anything was fine. Their physique was so good. When they woke up, they felt so comfortable. The sun came out. Cook. You haven't eaten yet, right? Continue to stew. I didn't bring a wok, or I'll make a few dishes for you. The winged knights shouted for everyone to collect food and send it over. They tried not to use canned food. Only 200 people were eating canned food. When they finished, they had to go back to report, bringing a little food for horses, and people would be very fast. The other cavalry went to hunt wild animals. Those who didn't go looked for mushrooms and wild vegetables nearby. They liked this way of eating. The meat stewed in the pressure cooker was fragrant. Some of the bones could even be chewed. At this time, the situation in Tubo was not good. It rained and people fell sick. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be so many people who fell sick. In addition to the weather and diet, there was also a psychological factor. The psychological pressure of the Tubo people increased little by little. The troops of the Tang dynasty kept throwing wooden rafts on the shore. They didn't know when the military forces of the Tang dynasty would cross the river. They had to be vigilant enough. If they were always nervous, their body's endocrine system would have problems. When the weather changed, internal and external factors intertwined. They would fall sick. The health of the elderly was the worst. What should they do if they fell sick? Throw them out and don't infect others. It was a quarantine. If the elderly survived by eating wild vegetables and recovered, they could come back again. Li Yi's animal colony in North America was like this. People who were found to have an epidemic were sent to the nursing home. In the end, most of the people in the nursing home were infected. That was it. There was no need to report. If they died, they died. This was called democracy. This was called freedom. Therefore, the leader of the animal colony in North America was right. Today, Tubo in the Tang dynasty was doing this kind of thing. More than 1,000 years later, the same thing didn't happen in this place. It happened in America, which meant that this kind of democratic civilization was passed down. Chapter 1082. The 200 winged knights left on 3 mounts to report the news and find the main force. The Anchi soldiers were in good condition. They were all fiddling with their arrows. This was the first time they had seen such a large number of arrows. They looked exactly the same. The arrowheads were the same. But how come the shafts were the same? You guys practice the same arrows every day, so you have a better understanding of arrows on the battlefield. Zhang Shaosong was envious. He was not strong. He was a grand scholar and could not compare to Guozhiyun. Guozhiyun was born in an aristocratic family. He was naughty and did not like to study, so he was sent to the army. In the end, Guozhiyun found his opportunity in the army. He could fight and was talented in commanding. He was probably the king of children. He led a group of children to fight, and he was in charge of commanding. He could even charge and break through the enemy lines. We usually use all kinds of bows and arrows. The requirement is to have held a bow and know the strength of the bow, and to know how hard it is to pull it and whether it will break. When you hold an arrow, you need to know the weight of the arrow and the interference of the arrow feathers. Then, you need to shoot the target under different circumstances. Fan shook his head. When they were training, the bows they used only had 8 buckets. If they pulled too hard, they would break. As for arrows, some were missing feathers on one side. Normally, they would use a knife to cut off the feathers on the other side. Of course, there were experts who relied on their intuition to determine the direction and trajectory of the arrow. Then, they would shoot in an arc and hit the target. It was like playing basketball. The moment the shot was released, they knew whether it would go in or not. You have good bows and arrows, but you practice other bows? Are you preparing to pick up the enemy's arrows on the battlefield? Zhang Shaosong understood. Dong Zhu said that we are special forces. When the enemy's arrow flies in a parabola, we might reach out and grab it. Do you know parabola? It's like drawing a circle. Fan tried his best to explain. Parabola was a noun. You can grab it even if it's aimed at the chest. Zhang Shaosong knew that arrows falling from the sky could be deflected by people with fast reflexes. If it's aimed at the chest, you can determine if you can grab it. If you can't grab it, you can block it with your arms. It's better to be injured than dead. When we were training, we wore heavy armor and shot arrows at each other. The arrowheads were dipped in ink and hit a spot on the body. Our daily routine is to train, study, eat, and sleep. For those who are married, their wives would come back for a few days every month to live in a separate house. Those who are not married can go to Beitsu. The ladies there don't want our money. Take me, for example. I can go to Zhongxiu. I can make up a jingle or something. Fan was proud that he had revealed such a secret. Most people would not be able to go to Beitsu as they would spend too much money. Basically, they would go to the places where the prostitutes open their doors. Zhang Shaosong felt that Fan Fan was showing off in front of him. He replied, I can go to Nankou because I have a Jinshi background. I can always see the ladies from Nankou, but when they arrive in Zhuangzi, they look for Dongzhu. They are now crowdfunding, saying that Dongzhu will accompany them for one night and they will give Dongzhu 10,000 coins. Commander Fan, you are finished. If you don't bring me to Zhongqiu next time, I will tell Dongzhu. Go, you can take a breather and it will be over. I can take you anywhere. Commander Fan, you dare to insult me. Wrong, apologize. You didn't take a breather. You took 2 breaths, 1 in and 1 out. I will fight with you. Commander Fan, have mercy. My brother's arm is going to break. I have embarrassed myself in front of Patrol Envoy Zhang. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will be impudent. Fan Fan released his hand and kicked the provocative person twice. He turned his head and smiled at Zhang Shaosong. Zhang Shaosong shook his head. As the leader of the troops, is it good to joke around like this? Will they be afraid of you? Why should they be afraid of me? I will lead the troops and do whatever I say. If I ask them to jump off a cliff, they will jump. If they are wrong, I will bear the responsibility. If I die in battle, any of my brothers can replace me and continue to command. This is called individual discipline. We are trained as generals. Dongzhu said that in the future, we will be sent to various places to be generals. Fan Fan did not care. He was not a real leader. He was only the battalion commander of his own troop. Now that there were 3,000 people, he was temporarily in charge. The real authority did not lie with him. Everyone was the same. The one with authority was Her Majesty, and the one with authority was Li Dongzhu. Of course, the brothers were just as lively in front of Li Dongzhu. Then they were led by Dongzhu to play. Let the hot air balloon rise and check the surrounding situation. Zhang Shaosong knew that the winged knights were different from his own troop. There was nothing else to say. The hot air balloon rose into the air. He used binoculars to scan the surroundings. There was not a single outsider. However, there were many animals in the distance. There were also animals hunting other animals. After the flag signal was sent, Zhang Shaosong received the news. He calculated, when do you think they will send troops? General Hao Lingquan, who brought back Silent Sip's head, will lead the 5,016 guards to deliver weapons to Guajiun. At the same time, they will replace the 7,000 winged knights and return to Chang'an. Each of them is riding 2 horses. Their speed is slow. We will set off later and overtake them. They brought 500 muskets and a large number of bullets. Based on their speed, they will meet up with Guajiun in 3 days. The remaining 5,000 winged knights will use muskets. They should be on the rafts in the middle of the river to attack the other side. Fan Fan did not mention the details. He told Zhang Shaosong all the information he knew. When the muskets were sent, the effective range was about 100 steps. In fact, the bullets could fly very far. When fighting in a dense formation, the judgment was not the effective range, but the killing range of the bullets. For example, Li Yi's pistol had an effective range of dozens of meters. Standing at a distance of 200 meters, the bullets would still kill him if they hit his head. The effective range meant that the deviation of the bullet's trajectory was not large. The bullet could be aimed, but it was not certain where it would fly. Under normal circumstances, as long as the muzzle was not tilted down, the bullet would fly up and left and right. The lethality of the bullet flying up and down was not clear. If it flew to the left and right, the bullet could enter the body at a distance of 200 steps. When shooting on the battlefield, it was impossible to kill an enemy with every bullet. That was in the lyrics. 3 days is good. 3 days, we will attack and harass. After 2 days, we will set off. The hot air balloon will take off every 50 miles. We will not send any scouts. Zhang Shaosong made a decision. When the winged knights started to cause trouble, he would follow suit. War was not necessarily about killing immediately. They could also exhaust the enemy first. His troops had many horses and many tricks. If he went to trick the enemy, Guojiyun's main force would suddenly rush across the river at the right time. If Guojiyun, Wang Junkui, and Zhang Zhongliang did not cooperate well, he would have to impeach them later. The opportunity on the battlefield was presented to you. Why did you wait and not move? A young general asked from the side, Commander Fan, what is the new gun? How far can it kill someone? See whether they are wearing armor or not. Where it hits, the lead bullet hits the eyes. Standing on the city wall facing down, you will die at 400 steps. Wearing the heavy armor of the Mo swordsman, penetrating the armor at 100 steps will not kill unless it is infected. Lead bullets are not easy to remove, unlike arrows. Lead bullets are like soybean-sized lead bullets. When they hit the meat will close and the meat will be removed. We have practiced shooting and retrieving bullets on pigs. It just so happens that we are going to kill pigs. Fan was unable to give a definite number, so he simply explained the situation. What did the pigs look like when they were beaten? The young general asked again. The pigs did not say anything. They just cried. I did not understand. Fan said seriously. Chapter 1083. Give me another bowl of medicine. In the Tubo camp, Zasikas had already drunk the medicine 6 times from morning to night. He had been like this for many days. Currently, there were only 30 doses left. After he finished them, there would be no more. He found that this medicine could not only cure diseases, but also make people feel comfortable. He urged the Qianhu to find Guan Lin more than once. There are only 30 doses left, his subordinate replied. What about the dregs after boiling the medicine? Continue to boil it. Tashi Kurei thought of the things that had happened before. The dregs could still be boiled out after a while. A few days ago, you rewarded the dregs to the warriors in the tribe. They were all Qianhu. They took it and boiled it. They said it was good, but it probably has no taste now. I can't give any more. Keep it and boil the dregs for 1 more dose. Zasikas was full of regret. He rewarded the dregs of the medicine that he thought tasted good in order to make people work for him. Now that there was not enough, he became anxious. To him, losing the medicine was like losing his life. Yes, the subordinate left. Not long after, a bowl of medicine was brought over. Zasikas looked at it with satisfaction. He took a sip and felt refreshed. He thought that he could easily defeat the military forces of the Tang dynasty on the other side of the river. It was just that the tribes did not cooperate. Along the Yellow River, the people of the tribes were not in a better state than Zasikas. After the rain, many people fell sick. They moved in a hurry and lost many things. When they came to the other side of the river, they were on tenterhooks all day. They did not know when the military forces of the Tang dynasty would suddenly attack. Instead of confronting each other, they might as well fight it out. They did not have time to harvest the highland barley they planted. They only cut a few bundles in advance. These bundles could be used to feed livestock, but they could not be eaten by humans. If supplies were not sent later, they would have to kill a lot of cows and sheep in winter to satisfy their hunger. If they fought again and suffered too many losses, they would only die in winter. Under the psychological pressure, they fell sick after the rain. Everyone was in a bad state. They watched as the number of rafts on the other side of the river increased every day. Perhaps tonight, or perhaps the next night, the battle would begin. The Tubo tribesmen did not dare to say it out loud, but they were secretly complaining about Zasikas. Out of so many people, he only brought back less than 300. Why didn't you die in battle? Do you have the face to come back and ask us to listen to you? Zan Pu should replace Zasikas. We were defeated, and we didn't manage to kill or injure many people from the Tang dynasty. The number of troops from the Tang dynasty is more than the total number of our families. You want to rely on the Yellow River to defeat him? Is it that easy? Why didn't you defeat him before? Was there one less river? Tubo's morale was affected in this way. The commander-in-chief was now only thinking about where to get more medicine to drink. On the other side of the river, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were busy building a military fort. Even if they occupied the sisters' lake in front of them, they still needed a place to defend behind them. After the attack, they would have to build a stronghold on the other side of the river. With the Yellow River as a natural moat, they would have to deploy troops on both sides to increase the thickness of their defenses. More wooden rafts were made and thrown into the water, ready to cross the river at any time. According to the investigation of the hot air balloon, the situation on Tubo's side is gradually getting worse. From their faces, we can see that their morale is low. Guo Jiyun had a short meeting and explained the situation to Wang Junkui, Zhang Zhongliang, and Qin Li. Zhang Shaosong doesn't have any extra supplies. He won't be able to hold on for long. I estimate that he will make a move in the next few days. Zhang Zhongliang analyzed the situation. He did not forget Zhang Shaosong. He just did not consider Zhang Shaosong as a stabilizing factor in the overall situation. However, 10,000 elite cavalry. How could they not care? Ask yourself, which country in the world would take the initiative to ignore this army? Maybe he's waiting for us? Why don't we make a move? Wang Junkui did not want to be in the current situation where it was difficult for both sides to communicate. Report. Several non-commissioned officers from Longyu ran over. Everyone looked over. The non-commissioned officer was panting heavily. Qin Li handed him a cup of water. One person took it, pursed his lips, and swallowed a little bit of saliva. The others took a bowl and drank the same way. They did not dare to drink too much for fear of choking their lungs. After a few moments, the first person to drink the water licked his lips. Report. Longyu discovered 3,000 winged knights. Each of them rode 4 horses. After resupplying, they ran away. They did not come here. They went to find Anqi's troops. I take back my words. Zhang Shaosong is waiting for us to make a move. When Zhang Zhongliang heard the news, he realized that he had miscalculated. The winged knights are so fast. Wang Junkui looked at Qin Li. For the country's wings, they flourish like a forest. Forest featherwood cavalry, solemn and respectful, tiger bends bow. Qin Li replied. He himself was a feather forest flying rider. How fast the team was there any need to say? No, Zhang Shaosong is waiting for time. When the time is up, whether we make a move or not, he will make a move. We have to be ready at all times. He is probably calculating the time for us to set up the raft. Guo Jiyun considered it from another perspective. A general must know himself and the enemy. He knew that the Yellow River was in front of him, and he needed a raft to cross it. According to the daily deployment of the Tang dynasty's troops, how many people went to chop wood to make rafts could be estimated. Let the hot air balloons take off. Find a time when the wind is good and release them to the northwest. If I were Zhang Shaosong, my troops would definitely be there. Qin Li gave his own judgment. The army would not go around the enemy's back. If Tubo sent more troops, the troop would be sandwiched between the front and back troops. It would be troublesome and expose them. I think the wind is good now. Release 2 hot air balloons and take care of each other. Guo Jiyun agreed with this suggestion. 2 hot air balloons that had been floating outside were pulled down. They were re-oiled, replaced with people, provided with food, and gradually flew out. The winged knights replaced them. There were 3 people in 1 hot air balloon. They brought tactical backpacks with them. If there was a problem, their survival ability in the wild was better. Even if they encountered dozens of big wolves, the 6 of them could still deal with them. The hot air balloons pulled up the ropes and began to float. They were adjusting the altitude to find a more suitable wind. Over here, the Tufan army was in a state of chaos. They were here again. Were they going to throw explosives at them? Zasikas heard the news and quickly ran out. He got on the horse and stopped playing. People were like this. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. Zasikas was used to running. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, the Northern Military Battalion under Li Yi's command was collectively ordered not to resist. After that, only a few of them survived. They all died in the Nanjing Defense War. They faced the Japanese Empire's army together with the Alliance Central Military Academy. The Alliance Central Military Academy's army was defeated. The Alliance Central Military Academy's army was also defeated. After one battle, they lost nearly half of their men. After a short rest, they continued to charge. The Alliance Central Military Academy's army wanted to wash away the shame. The Japanese Empire's army bombarded them with heavy artillery, but they still suffered heavy losses. The soldiers of the Northern Military Battalion did not resist for a second time. They used their lives to prove it. Chapter 1084. The hot air balloon floated and floated away. Zeisika's, who was running away on horseback, heaved a sigh of relief. The Chinhu tribe and the other 6 Chinhu tribes sighed as well. They felt sad and wanted to kill this commander now so that Zampu could replace him with another one. You ran away when the enemy flew 2 hot air balloons. Who would be the commander when the battle started? Cowardly as a mouse. I looked down on you. The hot air balloon that was not released noticed the situation. A group of cavalry surrounded one person and ran away. They signaled. Gua Jiyun shook his head. He did not know how Zeisika's became like this. He only felt that the speed of building the wooden raft was too slow. Wait until it was done, and then attack directly. Unless Zeisika's was pretending. In fact, he had wrong Zeisika's. Zeisika's was in a very bad state at the moment. He was hallucinating. He drank the medicine. He drank it too many times, and his mind was in a trance. The biggest contributor was Guan Lin. Guan Lin did not prescribe the wrong medicine. His mistake was that he did not ask Zeisika's to stop. Zeisika's was already fine, but he continued to give Zeisika's medicine. If Li Yi knew about Zeisika's situation, Li Yi would conclude that the other party was finished. The dosage was gradually increased, and the body became thinner. The medicine was used to numb oneself. When the medicine ran out, the 2 hot air balloons finally found a suitable position. It was a little cold, and breathing was even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, they were used to it. Sometimes during training, they would fly thousands of meters and shiver from the cold. There's a hot air balloon. There's a hot air balloon tied down there. Quick, release a second kick. Don't burn our balloons. One of the hot air balloons noticed the situation. There was a hot air balloon in the northeast. It was tied down and could not fly too high. A second kick was placed and ignited. Boom, boom. After a few breaths, the people in the hot air balloons below still had not found them. The people on the ground noticed the situation. A group of cavalry rushed out and chased after the hot air balloons. Lower the altitude, quickly. There's a mountain in front of us. The cavalry can't rush up. I don't want to adjust the altitude to look for wind. The people in the hot air balloons shouted. The 2 hot air balloons simultaneously reduced the flames and threw down ropes at the same time to increase wind resistance. 2 of the 3 moved to the side of the rope to balance the basket. The cavalry was in pursuit, and when they reached the bottom, they continued to charge. Without the flame, the hot air balloon fell very quickly. It was like taking an elevator down. No, it was a little different. It was falling diagonally. Give me the fire. I don't want to smash it down. Quick, give me the fire and adjust it. Slow down the ignition. The rope is about to be caught. Come on. Okay, control the fire as usual. Don't worry. It's not worth it to fall to your death now. The 2 hot air balloons finally had their ropes grabbed by the cavalry and were now descending. About half a quarter of an hour later, the hot air balloon landed on the ground. The flames were still spurting out. Once the balloon was closed, the people alighted and waited for the balloon to deflate. You guys are really here. Li said that he could find you. It's just that the wind isn't good, so it's a bit off. The winged knights on the hot air balloon said to their brothers who were chasing after them on horseback, if we deviate any further, we'll have to climb over the mountain. Let's take a rest and keep the balloons. Are you cold? How should I put it? It's uncomfortable under the sun. The higher it is, the more uncomfortable it is. There are 2 packs of explosives on it. Why did you bring the explosives? We wanted to ambush Tubo, but Zasikas was too cowardly and ran away. We didn't blow up the other tents. The hot air balloons were quickly taken apart and put on the horses. Everyone rode back. When they returned to the place, the sky was already dark. Where's Inspector Zhang? You're him? Here, the situation over there. One of the men on the hot air balloon took out a letter. Another man on the hot air balloon took out a letter with the same content. It was double insurance. There was no lacquer seal on the letter. Zhang Shaosong took it out directly and scanned it. He put down the letter and looked at the 6 winged knights who were operating the hot air balloon. The 6 of them looked calm. Let him look. We're not under his control anyway. The hot air balloon can fly 1,000 miles. Zhang Shaosong realized that the hot air balloon's function should not only be used as a lookout and throwing explosives. The wind direction is good and there's enough fuel. We can fly directly to Chang'an, Fan Fan said from the side. Zhang Shaosong shook his head. It's a pity that we can't control the direction. If we're not careful, we'll go astray. Dong Zhu said that there's a hot air balloon that can control the direction, but he can't make it now. Give him some time, and he'll think of a way to make it. The winged knights who delivered the letter interjected. If it can be made, it'll be many times more convenient to send letters back and forth. Zhang Shaosong really didn't know how to evaluate Li Yi. He seemed to know everything. No. With that thing, we can keep an eye on the enemy's commander and blow him up. If the enemy's commander is blown up and runs away, how can we fight the war? Another winged knight laughed. A hot air balloon that could freely adjust its direction was simply invincible. Since the enemy couldn't fly, they couldn't shoot arrows. Yes, keep an eye on the explosion and rest. Tomorrow, find a good wind direction and go back. Zhang Shaosong realized that this was indeed the case. Even if the isolated city was surrounded, why would the hot air balloon send a message? It would be better to find the enemy's commander. If the enemy's commander ran away, they would blow up the enemy's siege weapons. The night passed and the sun rose. The wind wasn't very good, but judging from the direction of the clouds, it meant that the wind above was different from the wind below. The 2 hot air balloons chose to take off and quickly increase their altitude. Finally, after being blown out for more than 10 miles, they encountered a suitable wind and maintained their altitude, floating towards Guazhiyun. The wind was always changing. When the 2 hot air balloons were about to reach their destination, it was already afternoon. They came back from the west and were very high above the ground. It was so high that without binoculars, they couldn't see the situation on the ground clearly. It was also impossible to see the hot air balloons on the ground. Signal the other side to extend the fuses for the explosives and throw them down. I don't think they'll fly to our place. One of the balloonists remembered that there were 2 explosives. After communicating with the signal, both sides agreed and began to attach the fuses to the explosives. There was no need to worry about the wind blowing them out. Both sides were ready, for explosives were ignited and thrown down. The hot air balloons continued to fly. Boom! A loud sound appeared 100 meters above Tubo's camp, accompanied by black smoke. Boom! A person was smashed to the ground. It seemed that he wouldn't survive. Before the others could understand what had happened, boom! The explosives went off and everyone was lying on the ground. Boom! An explosive penetrated the tent and fell. Not long after, boom! The tent was gone. Boom! About 50 meters above the ground, the 4th explosive completed its mission. Just like the first one, it didn't hit anyone. Tubo didn't think so. For explosives, 2 of them took down more than 20 people on their side. The key was that they didn't see the hot air balloons. How high were they? Were there any more? They couldn't live anymore. Now, they were being blown up without even seeing the hot air balloons. Could a war be fought like this? Wasn't this too much? On the other side of the river, The lookout didn't see the hot air balloons either. Who would look up at the sky for no reason? Instead, they saw the smoke from the explosion and the people who were blown up. Only then did they look up with binoculars and sweat. Who was it? It flew askew and we were blown down. Chapter 1085. The two hot air balloons couldn't see the situation below them even after throwing the explosives. They were rapidly descending. Guajiyun and the others came out and heard the commotion. For sounds, they looked at the opposite shore through their binoculars. There was still smoke on the opposite shore. When they looked up, they saw two small dots moving slowly. The winged knights are so bold. Guajiyun looked at Qinli. Qinli, he was also afraid. They were so high up. Were they sure the explosives wouldn't float here? Could they be any crazier? Scary. Look at the enemy. They're so scared that they're looking up at the sky. Wang Junkui suddenly laughed. Zhang Zhongyang said, "The hot air balloons can hide if they can see it, but the hot air balloons can't see it. You don't know when danger will come. The next time you go behind the enemy, make sure it doesn't float to your side before throwing it. Throw it a few more times." Guajiyun didn't have time to complain. He thought of a good way to attack their minds. Wang Junkui also said, "I want to attack a city. It doesn't matter where the wind blows. As long as there are enough explosives, no city can defend." Dongzhu told us a story. He said that there was a group of soldiers who weren't afraid of this kind of bombing. They could blow the entire mountain 10 feet down. If you attacked them, they would still appear and fight back. Qin Li shook his head. He believed in Li Yi's words. If Li Yi said there was such a thing, then there was definitely such a thing. 10 feet isn't much. Wang Junkui thought about it and didn't think it was a big deal. How much soil can one explosive pack blow up on the top of a mountain? The soil will fall to the side. If you blow it up again, the soil will fall back. How many explosive packs would it take to shave 10 feet off the top of a mountain? Qin Li emphasized the mountain. A mountain didn't just have a small peak. There was a mountain next to it. Why don't you try blowing it down 10 feet? You don't need 10 feet. Just shave an inch off the top of the mountain. How is that possible? How can they run away? Zhang Zhongliang didn't believe it. Zhang Zhongliang didn't believe it. Dongzhu said to use the big skycracker monkey, which is dozens of times more powerful than the skycracker monkey. He threw out a total of 9 million of those skycracker monkeys. Then the rabbit army would dig downwards, blasting and digging at the same time. When the enemy took a break to charge, they would pop out to fight. In the end, the rabbit army managed to hold on to 9 million gigantic skycracker monkeys. Qin Li explained. He felt that Dongzhu shouldn't be wrong. Dongzhu didn't need to lie. 9 million? Give me 19,000 skycrackers, and I can flatten Tubo. Guajiyun still couldn't believe it. Even after throwing down so many more powerful skycracker monkeys, they still couldn't take down a mountain? Did the attackers eat shit? If his army were to encounter the side that had been bombed, with what he had now, he felt that if Zesi-Kaz's army had been on that side, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Juko tribe the first time they came into contact with the enemy. How many skycracker monkeys had been thrown out, and Tubo had run away? If I were to encounter that kind of army, how would I fight? Guajiyun spoke his mind. You don't have to encounter that army. If you encounter the winged knights, we won't panic with just explosives and skycracker monkeys. We'll still beat you. Qin Li pursed his lips. He wasn't afraid of modern firearms. The cavalry would charge. If they stuck close, they would continue to charge forward. If they couldn't, they would blow them up together, including their own people. The hot air balloon is coming down. Should we catch it? A young general noticed that the hot air balloon was descending rapidly and was about to catch it. He asked Guajiyun. Without waiting for Guajiyun to speak, Qin Li looked over. Do you think you can catch the winged knights? It didn't even hit you. Even if it killed you, you still have to hold on. Got it. I'll lead a team to bring it back. The young general suddenly remembered who was operating the hot air balloon. The winged knights weren't controlled by anyone else. They didn't have the right to judge if they killed someone. Half an hour later, the 6 of them rode back. Someone collected the hot air balloon. I saw Inspector Zhang. Our people have indeed arrived. There are pressure cookers, explosives, our standard arrows, and kerosene stoves. Look at the reply. One person said as he handed over a letter. The person next to him handed over another letter with the same content. Guo Jiyun and Wang Juankui read one letter. Zhang Zhongliang read the other one. Qin Li didn't read it at all. It was fine as long as the other brothers contacted Zhang Shaosong. They said that Hao Lingquan is coming over with 516 guards, 500 firearms, and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. They've exchanged for 7,000 winged knights. They're waiting for a rotation to quickly transport the important military supplies. There are 20,000 winged knights in a rotation. The ones left behind can cooperate with the battle. They can attack independently if the commander-in-chief doesn't command them properly. Zhang Zhongliang read it by himself. He was very fast. After reading it, he handed it over to Qin Li. Qin Li took it and glanced over it. Good. 500 firearms. Each firearm has 200 rounds of ammunition. Let's wait. When the firearms arrive, we'll go over and kill them. What's a firearm? There are only 500 of them. Wang Juankui was at a loss after reading it. What was the difference between a firearm and a spear? It has a much longer range than a bow and arrow. Even a child can shoot it. The bullet is small. After it enters the body, the flesh shrinks and wraps the bullet inside. If there's dust in the passage, for example, pieces of clothing are carried inside. With Tubo's medical conditions, death is certain. Qin Li clenched his fist and gave a brief introduction of the firearm. The firearm used by Song Zhou's officer Guo? One shot, one kill. Even from a few hundred paces away. Guo Ji knew about Guo Zi's battle record in Songzhou. In that battle, Guo Zi killed a lot of Tubo's generals. It was said that you didn't even know that someone was attacking you before you fell. Qin Li shook his head. No, if I had that firearm, I would set it up on the bank of the Yellow River and kill anyone who dares to check the situation on the other side. What a pity. Since you have such a good firearm, why don't you make more? It's not easy. Guo Jiyun was helpless. Qin Li didn't say anything. He didn't want to explain. In any case, the firearms made by the Li family Zhuangzi were already good enough. 500 firearms. Some of the bullets were used to harass the enemy. Then they would wait for the enemy to get into formation. Tubo didn't have enough large shields right now. Moreover, large shields were useless. Raising the muzzle slightly, the bullets would circle around and fall down. They could still kill. The Tubo army only had one method, and that was to charge forward. If Tubo charges, we can tie explosives to the yaks and set their tails on fire. Qin Li thought of a way to resist the enemy's charge. He wouldn't charge with explosives. Wouldn't that be stupid? In a situation where there were horses and yaks. Ships are coming. Ships are coming. 20 ships are coming. Everyone was talking about the firearms. Someone ran over and shouted excitedly. The logistics on the water had arrived again. The logistics on the land didn't stop. The ships were carrying a lot of things. Let's go and pick them up. According to the current situation, there will be new ships delivering things every day. In the future, there may be several fleets of ships. Qin Li tidied up his clothes and went to pick up the ships. They should be the people of the 16th Guard. Chapter 1086. 20 ships stopped. There were indeed people from the 16th Guard. There were several guards mixed together. The goal was to make sure there were no barriers between the 16th Guard. Thank you. My legs don't feel like mine anymore. You don't have to carry them. They're heavy. Just hold on to them. Okay. Here's your stuff. Haha. Go back and tell Li Dongzhu. He'll definitely give us something good. This job isn't for humans. Luckily, we're all animals. There's nothing wrong with it. Now there's a team that departs every day. Tomorrow or today a little later or tomorrow, there'll be more ships coming over. There aren't many sky monkeys left. It's mainly food. Everyone, eat as much as you want. The sky monkeys are made every day. They'll be shipped immediately. The entire Workers' Alliance is building ships. They're rushing day after day. Ships will be launched at any time. We came from a tributary. You've taken over the Yellow River. I won't know where to go next time. Anyway, I'll deliver them to you. Is this the climate of the plateau? Sure enough, it's harder to breathe than in Chang'an. It's okay. We exercise a lot. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The people from the 16th Guard were talkative. They were mainly showing off to others. Come up. It's just a gift. What's there to brag about? Qin Li couldn't stand it anymore. Who are you? You're right. We're just tired. We don't have any other intentions. The people from the 16th Guard were about to lose their temper when they realized it was the winged knights who spoke. They instantly became gentle. The soldiers ignored the 16th Guard and the winged knights and continued to move the things down. They heard that from now on there would be things delivered by water almost every day. They understood. This meant that the logistics were connected, including the logistics of the Shu lands. This isn't rice. It's cooked rice. It's all cooked rice. Set up the shed. Don't get wet when it rains. Flour? What's written on it? I don't know. Oh, whole wheat flour. Why isn't it wheat? I'm the leader, Nyo Nyo, not a nickname. The things I brought you are fireproof. The person in charge of the 16 guards introduced himself. Qin Li smiled. It's indeed fireproof. It's all packed in cotton bags. Even if you pour oil on it, it won't work. It wasn't dried rice or wheat. It was rice and flour. Set a fire and put down the fire outside. The inside would be smoked or have the aroma of roasted rice. They didn't need to be stored for a long time, and at the same time, it proved that their logistics ability was outstanding. Under normal circumstances, they would bring their shells with them, and then the soldiers would think of ways to grind them. How difficult would it be for the logistics department to directly send semi-finished products and ignite the rice and flour, unless the flour flew up, was dense enough, and then exploded? At this time, from the chaos on the other side of the river, another ship arrived. It was a ship with wheels. Was it the supplies from the Tang army? 1, 2, 3, 20 ships. The food delivered would be enough for the Tang army to eat for 2 days. Commander, are you all right? The Tang army has brought 20 new ships. What are they carrying? The Qianhu found Zeisika's, who was injured again. A bag of explosives blew up a tent, and a small knife used for eating flew more than 100 meters away. The handle of the knife hit Zeisika's brow bone. Zeisika's brow bone had a small cut and a small bump. He was bleeding nonstop. It looked scary, but he was fine. Don't be afraid. Many people are on their ships. One ship can't carry much. How can a few ships feed more than 100,000 soldiers? Zeisika's condition did look good. He had taken medicine, so the small injuries and pain did not matter to him. At this moment, his mind was clear. He was waiting for Princess Jincheng and Zan Pu to write a letter to the Tang dynasty. Then both sides would be at peace, and he would be able to defend the Yellow River Basin. He was also waiting for time. The barley was about to be harvested. There was less barley here, but more would be planted later. By then, there would be enough food delivered. The only pity was that his reaction was slow. He should have harvested the barley earlier. Even if people could not eat it, it would be good to feed the horses. As he spoke, he looked up at the roof. He had returned to his tent. He realized that he would always be injured if he hid outside, but the tent was never touched. He sent someone to add a barrier to the tent, hoping to block the explosives. At least he thought that it could. He probably did not know how big the impact of a bag of explosives falling from thousands of meters above was. He understood that he could not win by fighting. He could only solve it through diplomatic means. At present, It was best for both sides to not move. The Tang army would cross the river and beat back the Tang army a few times to buy enough time. Or they could pretend to attack a few times and ask the Tang army to increase their defense. Tell the other places to find a chance to rush over and take a look. If it is not possible, retreat immediately. Zasikas chose another place to send troops to cross the river. He could not go to his position. It would be easy for the enemy to counterattack. The messenger began to run. He had to run very far. There were 200,000 soldiers on both sides in the Yellow River. It was not a single point. There were still some places that could not be reached tonight. The time was set to be after dark tomorrow. More than 10 positions would be rushed to cross at the same time. In a few days, the highland barley will be harvested. Our people will have less to worry about. In Guajin's tent, he calculated the highland barley growing on the occupied land. There were burn marks in some places. It seemed that someone wanted to burn all the highland barley when they left. Unfortunately, only a small area was burned. Before the barley ripened, many stalks were still green. If they wanted to burn it, they would need a strong wind and many ignition points. The harvesting is not under our control. Continue to transfer people from Longyu. I heard that the capital government is planting soybeans to raise insects. Can the insects raised here be sent back? Wang Juankue wanted to have more income from insects. The insects raised would be sent to the capital government to be sold. Qin Li shook his head. No, it is too cold. The heavenly bean moth cannot survive. The insects cannot survive either. What a pity. Wang Juankue felt regretful. We raise horses, cows, and sheep here. The yaks can be ridden and cultivated. The defense in the future will be the most difficult. How can Tubo be willing to lose a large piece of land? Zhang Zhongliang did not want to raise any insects. The local people were blessed by nature. They raised sheep and yaks. They wanted to crossbreed more sheep and cultivate sheep with different wool. There were also sheep that grew fast and ate meat. Tomorrow morning, I will take people to the rafts for a spin. First, we will familiarize ourselves with the physical condition of the rafts. Qin Li was not worried about what to do on the ground at all. Owner Li had already arranged everything. You could not just plant whatever you wanted and raise whatever you wanted. The next day, the people on the 20 boats ate until they were 70% full. The empty boats started to return. Going with the flow was fast, so there was no need to rush. They walked on one side of the river. They could not let the people on the other side take them away. Qin Li brought people onto the wooden rafts. They either stood or knelt on one leg. The wooden rafts were not treated and contained a lot of water. Most of them were in the water. People's feet were wet when they stood on it. Under normal circumstances, no one would use wood as a raft. The more they soaked, the heavier they would get. As soon as they moved, the people on the other side immediately became nervous. Were they going to fight? In a panic, Qin Li and the others floated down and used the oars to reach the shore. They struggled to drag the rafts back. The rafts scraped the shore from time to time. How do we use this? Qin Li frowned. Chapter 1087. Kill. Charge. Run. 2 days passed. At night, 15 places in Tubo launched a river crossing battle against the Tang soldiers on the other side. The Tang dynasty soldiers put out the fire, but there was no movement on the other side. The Tubo soldiers who rowed the rafts over felt that the situation was not good. They held torches and were in a bright place. A rain of arrows fell. They turned around and ran. The order they received was to kill if there was a chance, and retreat if there was no chance. The Tang dynasty soldiers chased after them with torches and arrows. They stopped when they reached the river. They checked to see if there were any Tubo soldiers alive. If there were, they would treat them. If they were dead, they would dig a hole and bury them. They could not throw them into the river. If they washed downstream, they would reach the Tang dynasty. If the corpses were soaked in the water, they would infect people and animals. The messengers ran to Guo Zhiyun's camp one by one. The first to arrive explained the situation. Feign attack? What's the purpose? Guo Zhiyun did not sleep. He was studying the map. After the hot air balloon was released, a more detailed map was drawn. This could only be done by the featherwood flying cavalry. The other soldiers in the army who could draw maps could barely draw the locations of a few hills and rivers, and that was already good enough. They could not be expected to tell the exact distance, height, and width. The feather forest flying cavalry had specially learned it, and they had learned it until their heads were big. The others looked at the suitable places for an ambush. They had to be careful when they chased after the enemy. The enemy would put rolling logs on the higher hills. When the cavalry entered, the rolling logs would fall and block both sides of the road. They would be at a disadvantage if they shot arrows from the higher ground. What else could it be? They're forcing the enemy to stop attacking and turn to defense. They're waiting for time. The letter of credence should have arrived by now. It's too late. Zhang Zhongliang was too familiar with this tactic. Lighting torches to cross the river at night? Were they afraid that the people on the other side would not notice? Maybe they're lighting torches first and not lighting torches next time. Wang Junkui smiled. It'll be easy when Hao Lingquan arrives. Give me a day to familiarize myself with the guns. The next day, we'll launch a general attack. As Qin Li spoke, he pointed on the map. There was a relatively flat shore there. The raft was washed down by the current, and if it could reach the shore, he would take the winged knights up first. Along with the skyscraper monkey, the hot air balloon would see if the wind on that day could cooperate. If the wind didn't work, they would use hang gliders. Each hang glider carried 2 explosive packs. The rope was fastened to a loose buckle and ignited with a lighter. The lighter was fixed to the handrail, and the lead wire was also fixed together. It was a little difficult to operate, but it could be overcome. The letter of credence they mentioned had arrived in Chang, and in the afternoon. One letter was written by Princess Jincheng, and the other was written by her own hand. There was also a large pile of jewelry. One of the boxes contained a luminous pearl, which was said to be specially given to Guanglu physician Li Yi. After reading the letter, the civil and military officials didn't say anything. After all, they didn't have the final say. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the Tang dynasty had mobilized so many troops and a lot of money. How can Tubo stop fighting just because he said so? Why did you cooperate with Su Lu and the Abbasid Caliphate to attack our huge stone city? When you attacked us, you were clamoring, and when we attacked, you stopped because you couldn't win. At night, Li Longji brought the 2 letters and the luminous pearl for Li Yi to Zhuangzi. Look, brother Yi, they probably want to bribe you, so they specially gave you a beautiful luminous pearl. Li Longji opened the box, blew out the light, and showed the luminous pearl to Li Yi. Specially for me? Okay, I'll take a look. Li Yi didn't close the lid and directly took it to the laboratory. After half an hour, he came back with nothing in his hands. I just asked someone to make a lead box. It's pretty good, I'll take it. Li Yi said with a smile. Put it in a lead box. Li Longji was confused. Yes, otherwise if I touch it for a long time I'll get sick. If I don't get treatment in time, I'll be done for. Li Yi didn't think much of it. The radiation was small. He could play with it for a day. The luminous pearl was a real luminous pearl, just that it was mixed with other things. Quickly throw it away. Li Longji's eyes widened. Where should I throw it? What if someone else picks it up? We can't bury it. We have to remember where to bury it. Why don't I keep it? We can ask His Majesty to write a reply. Tell Qi Dai Zhudan that we've taken over the Yellow River Basin and give him a share of the profits. As for Princess Jincheng, she can go play at any time. We can build an amusement park at Sister's Lake. Li Yi played down the matter of the luminous pearl. There wasn't a problem in the first place. He could guess that many of the Tubo people who obtained the luminous pearl had died, who wouldn't want to play with it often. Then their organs would fail, they would lose their hair, their skin would become abscesses, and finally they would die in pain. When many people died and the symptoms were the same, Everyone would naturally know that it was the pearl's problem. Wasn't it just kind to give it to him? Should he give back a pearl with even more radiation? Or should he move the equipment in the radiation room to check the other person's body? Li Longji's face was gloomy. The Tubo people were too evil. They gave the harmful luminous pearl to Li Yi. They wanted to poison Li Yi to death. Brother Yi, are you really okay? Li Longji was still worried. I'll be fine for a few days. Even if it's a little longer, I still have medicine. How about I bring you to check your body to see if you've been exposed to radiation? If you've been exposed to radiation, I'll help you get rid of it. Li Yi shook his head. He still had the means to do this. I don't know if Nu knows. Li Longji clenched his fist. So what if she knows? So what if she doesn't know? Marry her to them and let her endure the high-altitude environment. She won't have a choice. Li Yi didn't want to blame Princess Jincheng. What could Princess Jincheng do? There was only one purpose for her existence, which was to contact Tubo and the Tang dynasty. If there were any diplomatic issues, she would come forward and communicate with them. In fact, it was Tubo who had been using her to seek peace again and again. She had lived for more than 40 years before she died. What was she thinking when she lived in Tubo? Did she want to return to the Tang dynasty? Did she want the Tang dynasty to take over Tubo? Did she accept her fate and only want to have a child? There should be something wrong with Princess Jincheng's body. I'll bring some medicine to Princess Jincheng. When Princess Jincheng sleeps, I'll give Princess Jincheng some medicine. After eating it, it should be effective. When Princess Jincheng has a child, everything will be fine. It can be considered as a woman's hope. Li Yi knew that Tubo would not last for more than a few years under his plan. When Princess Jincheng has a child, she can continue to rule the area. Of course, he could also not give her the medicine now. After taking over Tubo, Princess Jincheng will be betrothed to someone else. Otherwise, a woman with a new Zampu will not be able to find another man. No, Princess Jincheng cannot kill Princess Jincheng. The two of them can raise a child together. Anyway, he can't use the method of treating a stranger with a stranger. He should change the soil and return to the stream. Changing the soil means changing the local system. Returning to the stream refers to becoming a transferred official. Chapter 1088. Can you make a 9-turn large intestine? Drink some wine. Li Longji ended the topic about Tubo. If he wanted to drink, he could just skip work tomorrow. He would ask someone to send the other jewelry brought by Tubo to Zhuangzi tomorrow for Li Yi to inspect. Li Longji rejoiced. How much did the Tubo people hate his brother Yi that they came up with this kind of scheme? If they gave him the night luminescent pearl, he would probably put it in his bedroom. In the future, he would show all the unknown pearls in the palace to Brother Yi. Tubo had deliberately planned for Brother Yi to come up with this plan. It would be seen through as soon as he brought it over. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Third brother, it's too late. The 9-turn large intestine is too strenuous. Li Yi did not want to do it. It would take a long time, especially when dealing with the large intestine. The intestine had to be flipped back and forth. The large intestine was very tough. After flipping back and forth, it would be a solid intestine that would be cut into sections. At that time, for convenience, he flipped the intestine when he washed it. Then he did not stuff the intestine in the middle. When it came out, there would be a big hole in the middle. It would take an hour to flip through 9 layers of the intestine. He would need to use salt and vinegar to rub the intestine until it was thin and loose. Then he would use a long wooden stick to flip it back and forth. The more he flipped, the tighter it became. After flipping through 9 layers, he would put it in the pot, shape it, cut it into sections, and continue with other processing. If he started in the morning, he would be able to eat it by noon. How should he do it now? Third brother, I'll mix pig ears for you. I can't even mix pig intestines. There's no good large intestine. Li Yi asked for Li Longji's opinion. Do you have hoof tendons? Li Longji did not want to eat pig ears. Gu Yan was the fastest this time. As soon as Li Longji finished speaking, he jumped out and went to the kitchen to ask for hoof tendons. The other 3 eunuchs had just left their chairs when they sat back down. Not long after, Guyen came back with a plate of hoof tendons and half a caddy of 50% white wine. The white wine had already been heated. Why am I so picky when it comes to eating? The soldiers would be lucky if they could even take a bite. Li Longji suddenly felt a little guilty. They're working so hard because they want the people behind them to eat better. What I mean is that in the future, when we recruit volunteers, the prefectural military system will wipe out all the soldiers in one place. Volunteer soldiers were recruited from all over the Tang dynasty. First, they were conscripts, which were government soldiers. 2 years later, if you don't want to be a soldier anymore, you can quit. If you want to continue being a soldier, you can become a volunteer soldier, just like the recruitment system. Voluntary soldiers were given subsidies and voluntary soldiers were given salaries. The difference was that the recruits fought for money, while the volunteers fought for the country. There was no honor in a recruit's death, but a volunteer's death was a hero. Let's build a monument to the heroes of the Tang dynasty. Soldiers who have made meritorious contributions will be given jobs and official positions when they retire or become professionals, not titles. Li Yi told him about his country's history, and he felt that it was quite good. What kind of soldiers do the winged knights belong to? How do we build the monument? Li Longji did not care about the soldiers. Anyway, what Brother Yi said would not be wrong. The monument will be carved with stone, and then there will be martyrs' cemeteries from all over the country. Everyone will burn joss paper, light incense, and place offerings. After the offerings are placed, you can take them home to eat. Li Yi continued, no one wanted the offerings in the martyr cemeteries because their living conditions were better. If their living conditions were not up to standard, it was fine as long as it was a token. Didn't other people give their longevity tablets with mosquito coils? Moreover, they would take it to another house after a while. After Li Yi finished talking about how to commemorate the monument, he mentioned the winged knights. The winged knights are the imperial soldiers. They are considered as voluntary soldiers, and their status is higher than voluntary soldiers. Can we let them be officials? Li Longji talked about the issue of officials. Now, there were several ways to become an official. If one passed the imperial examination, the imperial court would arrange it. If one passed the provincial government's examination, the provincial government would arrange it. If one became an official, he would be an exiled official. There was also another type where the military governor and regional governor found someone to be an official elsewhere. The imperial court would recognize that person's position and pay him a salary. The last type were the officials of the prince's mansion and the princess mansion. Mansion officials had the chance to become local officials. Regardless of which type it was, the requirement was for the officials to be able to write and calculate. They had to be able to write simple calculations and not immediately write a list of the people or a book about the prime minister. Previously, during the county magistrate examination, they couldn't even write a petition. Yet, there were people who were illiterate. I'll start learning after I become a compulsory soldier. I'll be able to write and calculate in 2 years. That's enough. Li Yi didn't have high expectations. At that time, the professional soldiers he had started with were not ordinary and were treated well. Many village heads in the Tang dynasty did not know how to write. When they did arithmetic, they had to memorize the things they needed. If a child in the village became successful, the whole village would be happy and proud. Brother E, you can sort it out. Starting from next year, the revenue will be higher next year. Li Longji would definitely follow Li Yi's instructions without any problems. When I'm done, I'll pass it to you after dinner. Li Yi poured wine for the 2 of them. Li Longji nodded. He was already used to it. This was how Brother Yi was like. When Li Yi finished pouring 2 cups of wine, Li Longji picked it up and said, when Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion has spread the formula of the facial mask, will Wen Tian make less money? Money? What Wen Tian is doing now is more important than making money directly. She is leading the trend. Whatever she says, the ladies will believe it. She said that if she wants to build a railway, everyone will pay for it together. After that, the ladies will go home and talk about it. Women need to be smart and beautiful. How can they stabilize their status in the family if they communicate with each other in Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion? Those who use their looks to influence others will fall in love with them. They need to work hard on both their looks and morals. Wen Tian provides them with such an atmosphere. They need to maintain their beauty and learn more at the same time. Li Yi introduced Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. It didn't just sell things to make money. If you want to make money, you need Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Princess Yongmu needed to find something to do. Otherwise, it would be too boring. If she liked to teach children, she would get a bunch of children for her to take care of. If she was willing to interact with other ladies, she would be given Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Whenever she didn't want to, she could remove it and change to another one. Li Longji drank the wine. What's the difference between you and the princesses of the Tang dynasty? You want to have the right to speak in a place all day long. The difference is big. Princesses do it for status and status. Wen Tian is happy. The only thing I can do for her is to make her happy. Li Yi didn't want to compare Princess Yongmu with other princesses. They were different. Princess Yongmu was now at the bottom of the social circle. She was no longer the wives of the kings. Of course, there were also women from big families, including unmarried ones, who came to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion to buy things and learn knowledge at the same time. Okay, Li Longji replied with one word. He admitted that no man was like Brother Yi. Some men didn't let women go out to do things, and some men counted on women to help them. Li Yi, on the other hand, would do whatever you wanted. He would never restrict you, but always protect you. So I'm going to invite everyone in Nanchu to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion to teach those ladies. In terms of methods, other than the women in the palace, Nanchu is the best. Li Yi wanted to set up a class for those ladies. Chapter 1089. Princess Yongmu did not return to the Li family zhuangzi today. She stayed in her own zhuangzi. The children continued to stay in the Li family zhuangzi. They had agreed to stay for half a month. If the roads and houses could not be finished in half a month, they could stay for a few more days. It was not like they were short of food. Princess Yongmu had a flashlight so that she could see the insects at night. In the past, she had nothing to do and only studied in the palace. She did not learn needlework or cooking. Now she learned everything. The noble ladies talked about making clothes for their men so that they could compete for favor. Some also said that even if the man found a concubine, he would still think about making delicious food. Princess Yongmu did not want to compete with anyone. She simply felt that she should know what others knew, even if Li Lang knew how to make clothes and cook. The bean worms were gradually growing. Princess Yongmu wanted to see if there was any need to adjust. She asked Li Yi for 30 kerosene lamps and took a flashlight herself. After dinner, the neighbors carried kerosene lamps and went with Princess Yongmu to check the situation of the insects in her 20-mu bean field. There were more than 70 neighbors in total, more than 400 people in total. There were also hundreds of people watching outside. Princess Yongmu used a lot of manpower to check the insects. Someone walked in front and looked around to see if the ground was loose. What if someone was hiding in the ground? When Princess Yongmu arrived, everything was taken care of. Everyone, look, the bean worms are starting to molt again. After molting, their appetite will increase greatly. You must arrange a place in advance. Don't eat all the beans. Princess Yongmu told the neighbors what she had learned from Li Yi. Even if it was in the newspaper, the neighbors were still willing to listen to her. The newspaper was full of words, and the pictures were not as clear as the real thing. The neighbors always believed that the best things were passed down to Li Dongzhu's woman. The neighbors found that this Li family's woman was not the type to show herself in public. She was purely plain. There were layers of guards and maids with knives. Which woman would show her face in public like this? How much extra food did the bodyguards eat this time when they came out at night? These are spiders. They eat beanworms. We have to get rid of them. Give me a pair of tweezers. Princess Yongmu discovered a large spider. I'll do it. Xiao Lan came over with a pair of tweezers and clamped down on the big spider. She shook the bamboo tube in her hand. The maid beside her helped to pull out the stopper of the bamboo tube. Xiao Lan picked up the spider and threw it in. When it was almost filled, the bamboo tube would be thrown into the dung pile, and the spiders inside would kill each other. This is a praying mantis. Now that the light has stopped it from moving, it would go and catch insects to eat. Princess Yongmu found another thing. Praying mantises had the same color as leaves. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them at all. I'll do it. Xiao Lan shook the bamboo tube again. This time, the maid directly opened the cover of the bamboo tube. Before the spiders crawled out, the mantises were thrown in. You guys can kill them yourselves and see who is stronger. There's a snake here. Miss Li quickly hide. Ah, there's no need. Good skills. A neighbor found a snake. It was slithering in the direction of Princess Yongmu. Just looking at it made people feel them all over. Then, 6 throwing knives fell down. 2 accurately hit the snake, and the other 4 were on the side. One person threw 3 throwing knives at the same time. No matter how the snake moved, it would be pierced. The person who threw the knives was Guazi. The moment the knives were thrown, 2 pistols appeared in his hands. Bring it back. When I go home tomorrow, I'll give it to Li Lang and ask him to braise it for me. The snake is not small. Princess Yongmu glanced at the snake that was not dead yet. She remembered the braised snake she ate last time and craved it again. She was not worried about her own safety. Guazi was here. Even if Guazi failed, the snake might not necessarily want her. Was the snake poisonous? She was not afraid of being poisonous. If she sent herself to Li Lang with her last breath, Li Lang would save her. It's a pit viper. If you're bitten, you won't survive. A neighbor came forward to take a look and said what kind of snake it was. Another guard came over and pinched the snake's head with his hand. He pulled out a knife and quickly left with the snake. In just a quarter of an hour, the snake that was still alive was sent to Li. Li looked at it. Short-tailed viper, neurotoxin. It's okay. There's serum. I used horses to make a lot of serums for poisonous snakes. I've checked them all. There's no poison in the horse. I can't kill it either. It's attenuated. Li was not worried. He collected a lot of poisonous snakes and raised them. He took snake venom and injected it into the horse. If the horse carried other viruses, the snake venom would be detoxified, but the horse's venom would still be in the horse's body. Inactivation meant to eliminate all the other viruses. Attenuation meant to reduce the survival of the other viruses. In theory, both humans and animals carried poison. If the virus did not exist or was found in trace amounts, it was attenuated. It was not easy for Li to kill it, but attenuate it was relatively easy. He put it in a small glass bottle and sealed it with gum. The current short-tailed viper venom was powerful, but he had antivenom made from the venom of the short-tailed viper. Other poisonous snakes had to be made separately. There was no universal detoxification at all. How could the bloodstream and neurotoxin be omnipotent? The antivenom made from the cobra's venom could barely deal with these 2 types. But there were also cellular types. There were basically cobras or king cobras on land, which could make a basic universal serum. But Li didn't have any cobras now. He couldn't find any in the tropics or subtropics. He was working hard to find them. If he could find more, he could raise them. Then he would make the universal antivenom. It was just a temporary solution. If it could withstand it, he wouldn't care. If it couldn't withstand it, at least there would be time to inject a special antivenom. As for the virus in the horse, after the injection, the snake venom would be detoxified first. The virus in the horse would be dealt with later. Medical first aid had always been about saving lives first and treating injuries later. Tao Hong and Ching Song, go and bring 16 kinds of common snake antivenom here and a cold box. Li Yi ordered. Tao Hong and Ching Song got up and went to find things. They both knew how to inject needles and draw blood. Not all Tao Hong and Ching Song were powerful. Everyone was studying hard. It was just that this group of Tao Hong and Ching Song were a little stronger than others. Lin Yang said she wants to eat. Braise. The person who delivered the snake emphasized. Okay. Li opened the box and put on gloves. He grabbed the snake that was not dead and left. He wanted to take out the poison before the snake died. Antivenom was expensive. It was indeed expensive. It was a life-saving thing. It was cheap. As long as there was a little bit of poison, he could make a bunch of antivenom. The problem was that the antivenom had a shelf life. If no one bought it after the shelf life, the antivenom would be wasted. Li Yi didn't care about money. He wanted to make more. This was the Tang dynasty. There were many snakes. There would always be people bitten by snakes. Just like the snake catcher written by Lu Zongyuan, catching 5-step snakes was used to cure diseases. He meant harsh government. Li Yi wanted to equip snake catchers with antivenom. There was no conflict between the two, right? Now, there was no harsh government. Let's go catch the 5-step snakes. We will give you the antivenom. If you are bitten, quickly save yourself. Then some of it will be shot back to continue making antivenom, and some of it will be used as other medicines. Shouldn't the problem of money be counted as the financial subsidies of the Tang dynasty? The lives of the people of the Tang dynasty couldn't be measured by money. Even if they subsidized 100,000 yuan a year to save 10,000 people who were bitten by snakes, they would not only save lives, but also people's hearts. Chapter 1090. After collecting the snake venom, Li Yi shot it to his heart's content and brought back the dead snake. He squatted beside Li Longji and used a large basin to deal with the snake. He skinned it, checked the parasites, and dissected it. Brother Yi, can you stir-fry it in time? Li Longji wanted to eat it. He looked at Li Yi's way of handling the snake venom and felt a sense of beauty. When Tian wants to braise it tomorrow. Li Yi did not even raise his head. What do you mean by stir-frying it? Didn't Wen Tian say that she wants to braise it? It's easy for me to stir-fry it for you. What am I going to say to Wen Tian when she comes back tomorrow? Of course, there are snakes that are the same as the ones you raised. But why do you have to kill them when you can extract the venom? Do you want to eat snake meat? Oh. Li Longji did not say anything else. The tendons were also quite delicious. He was very satisfied with Li Yi. See, this is my brother Yi, my son-in-law. In the entire Tang dynasty, how many men would care about what a woman wants to eat? They even kept it for her. Yes, the men of his sister, Princess Jingxian, would. Because they care about Princess Jingxian's identity. Does brother Yi need to care about whose identity and status? Who can do anything to him now? If he wants to kill other officials, even if they don't want to be killed, they can only beg. If he wants to kill brother Yi will definitely not do it. Brother Yi guarantees that if you want to kill me, I will kill you first. Such a person, guarding a portion of snake meat for a woman, fine. Okay, this snake actually does not have parasites. Go and freeze it. I will braise it tomorrow afternoon. Everyone can have a bite. It's bigger and longer. After Li Yi finished dealing with the snake, he washed his hands in another basin and sat back. Lu took the basin and left to chill the snake. Is the antivenom easy to promote? Li Longji knew some of the general situation, including the capital government. In a year, hundreds of people will be bitten to death by snakes. Brother Yi has the antivenom here, but no one knows about it. Brother Yi also does not promote it because it is still in the research. In less than a month, the newspaper bought live venomous snakes and gave out the method to catch them, especially how to make the hook and net. This thing is only effective if you give it to the local pharmacy and advertise it to the local pharmacy. Even if you sell it to a pharmacy, it won't work. Li Yi looked at it from the perspective of the human heart. If you sell the antivenom to the pharmacy, you sell many kinds of antivenom at once. If no one is bitten by the snake, what about the antivenom? Therefore, it could only be given in the form of financial subsidies from the imperial court. The local pharmacies would learn how to operate and store the snake venom. Not only did he have to give her antivenom and equipment, but he also had to give her money in exchange for ice. The antivenom needed to be maintained at a certain temperature so that it would not spoil. Li Yi still trusted the doctors and pharmacies of the current era. Some pharmacies knew that sick people had no money, but they were still willing to pay on credit. If the treatment was successful, the money would be returned slowly. If the patient died, the debt would naturally be settled. Therefore, they usually overcharged the rich and subsidized the poor. What else could he do? Speaking of fairness, why should rich people spend more money? It was unfair because this was how the medicine shop and the doctor did things. Even if the family members of the county magistrate fell ill, the medicine shop would send someone to treat them without asking for money. After the illness was cured, the money given by the county magistrate's family was thousands of times more than the normal treatment. In the Tang dynasty, if an old man suddenly fell while walking, there would be a group of people to help him up. They would pinch him, beat him on the back, and even perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And when the rescued person woke up, he would never say that someone bumped into him and caused him to fall, unless someone really bumped into him. With so many eyes watching, witnesses were the most important because there were no surveillance cameras. If anyone dared to blackmail someone, it would be difficult for them to move an inch. If you wanted to buy meat, even the butcher would not sell it to you. They were afraid that if you ate my meat and died, I would not be able to pay for it. When the neighbors saw you, they would hide and your children would play with the neighbors' children. When the adults of the neighbors' children saw you, they would come over and beat their own children. Didn't I tell you not to play with your children? Li Yi believed in the medicine shop, but at the same time he did not believe it. Therefore, they had to publicize and tell people that this medicine shop took the antivenom subsidized by the imperial court. The people would know that someone was bitten by a venomous snake and came over to inject it. If the medicine shop did not treat or ask for money, they would go to the yamen to talk. Li Longji understood. He was now down to earth, but he asked, "How much does it cost a year?" "Ice money." Li Yi said 2 words. "What about the venomous snake?" Li Longji found that the key thing was missing. "I will pay for it. It's not much. Catch the snake, and I will find a place to raise it. I can raise any kind of snake. I don't lack horses. Injecting snake venom into livestock is very cheap under the circumstances that I do not pursue profit and do not want the cost of the technology. If we calculate according to the cost of the technology, it would be an insult to the technology if the antivenom is less than 100 yuan. Li Yi did not calculate the cost of his technology because it was ready-made. He could not calculate it. For every citizen who lived, his lifespan would increase. He was not short of money. Why did he have to have this money? Deal. Li Longji did not say anything else. If it was someone else who bought people's hearts like this, he would have directly destroyed them. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the clock reached that position. Princess Yongmu yawned and came over. She went directly to take a bath and change her clothes. "Li Lang, I met a big snake last night. Thanks to Officer Gua, it was so scary." Princess Yongmu finished cleaning up and found Li Yi to tell him about yesterday's situation. "The snake is too hateful, so I braised it and dried it with mushrooms and chicken. I did not leave the skin." Li Yi comforted Princess Yongmu. When he made snake meat, the skin was left to prove that it was real snake meat. He did not need to prove anything to anyone. He just peeled off the snake skin. It was first braised and then stewed in a dry pot. Otherwise, the snake meat would wake up in summer. Yes. Yesterday Tao Hong and Ching Song went over and said that they brought medicine. Everyone was not worried. Princess Yongmu talked about happy things. She had forgotten that she wanted to eat snake meat. She was happy when she saw Li Yi. I also made braised lamb chops. You can ask someone to send some to your mother. I used a pressure cooker to make it. The lamb chops are crispy. Li Yi nodded and changed the topic to Princess Yongmu's mother. Okay, my mother will love it. Princess Yongmu sat beside Li Yi and leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder. Li Longji strolled over. He really did not go to work. Third brother, is your throat hurting again? I have medicine. Take it and it will be over. Li Yi just put his hand on Princess Yongmu's waist and was shocked. Brother Yi, everything is done. Do you want to eat dried pot for lunch? Li Longji found some fun. Third brother, I think you are very angry recently. Let me make you some dried pot. Li Yi did not find it funny. I am being intimate with Wen Tian. What are you doing? Li Longji was happy. Brother Yi, the new battle report is here. The Anxi provincial governor took the initiative to attack Su Lu's cavalry. They won. Li Yi was not angry this time. It did not happen in history. The Anxi provincial governor took the initiative to attack. They threw out the rest of the explosives and took down 6 cities. They are looting. Li Longji did not have any good judgment. Chapter 1091. The Anxi provincial governor was afraid that Su Lu would find a chance to attack due to the lack of soldiers. Hence, he took the initiative to attack. Li Yi thought for a while and guessed the reason. In the early stages of the Kaiyuan era, the Tang dynasty lacked logistics. As long as there was enough food, the generals would be stronger than the last. Seeing the autumn harvest, the Anxi soldiers finished fighting. Su Lu promised to be honest, but he did not know that Anxi had used up all the explosives. After Anxi finished fighting and looting, they came back with a big harvest. We need to give out many officers. Li Longji's other reaction to the soldiers' victory was to spend money. The lowest rank of officer was rank 7. They had no real power and were given a salary based on their rank. When there was no salary, they would give out a few mu of land or dozens of mu of land. When there was no more land to give, many people would bring along officers, and things would become troublesome. Our Tang dynasty is rich, so it doesn't matter if we give them a salary. Once we occupy more land and use it to earn money, our revenue will continue to increase. Li Yi did not mention to seal off the land. The soldiers would fight in the future, not farm. In the political affairs hall, the emperor did not have morning court today, so Songjing was in a bad state, privately sending troops and taking 6 cities. When will they send troops to Chang? And Songjing was most against the generals, fighting blindly. This was the reason why he suppressed Hao Lingquan. Unfortunately, his words were useless now. After defeating Su Lu does not dare to send troops this year. He can only fight the Turks and Abbasid Caliphate to make up for his losses. Sui, the Minister of War, did not think much of it. As long as they won, everything was fine. Using explosives to bully people, what kind of ability is that? If we fight, we will naturally win. Song Jing grumbled. Bai Gu smiled and did not say anything. He wanted to say that he would give you a bag of explosives to use. Xiao Yi said that she wants to build a railway and told me not to spend too much money. 30 million is not much. Bai Gu was worried about the logistical problems of the Anxi provincial governor. From the looks of it, there was no need to give them anything. It was estimated that there were a large number of sheep and horses. The so-called 6 cities in a row were small city walls. The walls were less than 10 feet high and were very thin. A pack of explosives would definitely create a large hole in a section of the wall. When it was the outer city wall of Chang, and there was no reaction when an explosive pack was dropped. Chang and city was 13 feet and 4 feet high, with a width of 30 to 35 feet at the top and 40 to 50 feet at the bottom. Even if it was the thinnest layer, it would still be 9 meters thick. How could they blow it up with explosives? However, it was useless even if the city walls were thick. They would still be occupied, and the country would still be destroyed. If 30 million troops were used to attack Tubo, would they be able to destroy Tubo? Sui thought that the railway would cost a lot of money, but he did not think it was worth it. Spending 10 million to build the railway and the locomotive would cost money to maintain it. But would the train not cost money to move? How many years would it take to earn back the money spent? Sui did not know that once Li Yi built the railway from Chang and to Luoyang, there would be no problem of recovering the cost after the train started operating. The money earned would be used to maintain the existing railway, and the rest would be used to build and pave the railway. Li Yi would build the railway from Luoyang to Haizhou, which was Lianyungang, because it was close. Once the railway from Haizhou to Chang, and the railway would start to make a lot of money. The sea transport would directly go to Haizhou for loading and unloading before going to Luoyang and Chang, and the two important places of the Tang dynasty. On the Grand Canal, docks for loading and unloading would also be built there. The docks would follow the water down or up from below. Sui did not know how big the profits would be. The profits would be used to pave roads and repair bridges, and at the same time increase taxes. The railway's profits could not be seen, but there would be some financial support. At noon, Li family Zhuangzi ate snake meat. Li Longji and his family. Princess Yongmu ate the meat on the plate with a happy expression. She did not care about what she ate. She felt that she was the happiest when she could eat the braised snake meat that she said she wanted to eat last night. Brother Yi, is the imperial court going to take out the 10 million yuan to build the railway now? Li Longji did not go to the imperial court and decided to ask about something serious. Isn't this equivalent to going to the imperial court? I am asking about politics and have not rested. Li Yi swallowed the rice in his mouth. It's still early. There is good steel, and I also have the technology. I am preparing to build the steam engine ship and the locomotive at the same time. This year is too tiring. If there is no other way, set aside next year's budget. You can print more coupons and make up for it when the time comes. Li Longji thought of a way to reduce the deficit. Any normal person would have such an idea. Li smiled. No need. 10 million yuan is not much money. Iron mining, including transportation, is a labor cost. Coal mining, coal washing, transportation, and labor. No one can take profits from it. I will build a few more furnaces and ask the winged knights to help. They will directly produce the steel and cast the railway. Li Yi estimated that the cost of 1 li was about 2,000 yuan. He could not make the railway, so he could only cast it. He first made a mold, poured the molten steel into it, and broke the mold after it cooled. 1 li cost 2 million yuan, but this money was not thrown away. The money earned from the labor work had to be spent. If the winged knights did not want money, the cost would be even lower. The cost included cement and wooden pillows, crushed stones, and so on. It took a lot of effort to cut down a large piece of wood. It also took a lot of effort to soak asphalt and make cement. 10 million yuan was enough to build 5,000 li. That was 10 billion yuan. The purchasing power was frightening. In fact, it was not. There was a need to divide the tracks and move the switches. Trains traveling in opposite directions would be divided into 2 tracks at a certain section. The trains would cross each other, and there would be a switch at both ends, and it would become a single track again. The timing had to be calculated, or they would collide. As for the dual tracks, there would not be so many trains, and it was not worth it. If there was a need for economic development in the future, there would be additional trains, including the locomotive and carriages. 10 million yuan was enough to build the railway from Chang and to Haizhou, including the railway bridges on the rivers. Li Longji listened to Li Yi's calculations and was relieved. The cost was within the acceptable range. 10 million yuan seemed to be quite good. He had forgotten that the Tang dynasty's total revenue was a few million yuan a few years ago. The money and things were enough to maintain the Tang dynasty's expenses, including the war. Now, 10 million yuan was only enough to build a road from Chang into Haizhou. After the road is repaired, if you want to eat seafood, let the train run a special line. It can travel about 120 to 30 li every 2 hours. At this speed, it will take less than 40 hours to travel from Haizhou to Chang'an. If there are stations, the train will start, brake, wait for loading and unloading, start again, brake again, and the speed will be slow. Li Yi was talking about the type of train that stops and waits. In the past, the real speed of the train was not slow. As long as the train did not stop in the middle and kept running, the speed would increase. After stopping once, the inertia would be gone, and the train would start again. The train would slowly speed up, drive for dozens of li, and stop again. Every time the train stopped and started, it would consume a lot of fuel, and it would wear and tear the train.